Test, test, test. This is a test to make sure that the audio for the stream is working. Test, test. You are listening to Cougar Baseball on KUG. Our first pitch for today's baseball matchup is going to be at 2:05 p.m., so in about an hour. We'll go on at about 1:45 for pregame. So if you're just tuning in, please stand by. We'll be back for pregame shortly. You're listening to KUGR live on YouTube. 12 hits, 10 runs, and no errors. That is what the Cougar baseball team managed to do last night in the opening game of the series against San Jose State, as they got a leadoff win of this 3-game Mountain West Conference series. We are here for game number 2 here at Bailey and Brayton Park, as the Cougs are looking to possibly win the series. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR Cougar College Radio. I am Smith Slye, joined in booth today with Connor Simmons. The sun is out. It is a warm 56 degrees with no clouds and blue skies. Connor, what are we expecting to see in this second matchup of Mountain West Conference play?
Well, if you're the Cougs, looking at it from their standpoint, looking just to repeat what they did yesterday. San Jose is the best pitching team in our division and some of the best in college baseball itself. So by having also 7 innings we pitched, but just to get them in their bullpen early on in the game, just getting hits consistently every single inning and ending off with a double-digit runs, man, you can't do a lot better than that. So if you can almost repeat it, you'll be more than ecstatic for the coaches or the players.
Absolutely. Yeah, the San Jose State Spartans have one of the best pitching teams in the Mountain West. They lead for earned run average. So the fact that the Cougs managed to force them to throw 6 different pitchers in last night's matchup, you forced their starter to only go 4 innings. That is exactly what you want to see in this same matchup as well. You get to the starters early, and you saw for the Cougs, they had run production in almost every single inning of play, which immediately put the Spartans on their heels and forced them to have to dip into the bullpen. And if the Cougs want to win against a good pitching team, they're going to have to do that again, put up another double-digit run performance, and hopefully they get a little bit of run support for starting pitcher Nick Lewis, the left-hander.
Well, and like you just said, like they were hitting almost every single inning very well, and that consistency, that confidence is through the roof right now, especially last night. Confidence was just, you could see it, especially early on in that game. If you can get going again, you're looking to win this series off the bat, which is a very close series as the whole division is very tight.
Absolutely. This Cougar baseball team here, they're one of the best hitting teams in the Mountain West. So yeah, you got the good pitching team in San Jose State going up against one of the best hitting teams in the Mountain West. And the Cougars are very much a contagious hitting team. When one of the guys or 2 of the guys or 3 of the guys start to have a hot night, the rest of the guys start to hit well too. That's Max Hartman, Logan Johnstone, Ollie Obenauer. When these guys start to hit well, then they spark the rest of the lineup to get the next guy up. They're able to get these runs across. And mentioning Ollie Obenauer, we should note too that in last night's game, he came in when it was going 2 for 3 after his 3rd plate appearance, hit a double down the left field line. When he was rounding first base, going into second base, he was grabbing his left hamstring, visibly injured. He was removed from that game. He was replaced, and from what we can hear, he is day to day. So it's completely up to how he's feeling on the day. If he's feeling good, he might play tomorrow, but he's not playing today. He will be replaced by Luke Thiel getting the start at second base today. And I don't think there's a better person you could have starting in place of Obenauer than Luke Thiel. He's batting .338 coming into this game, and he's just been a quality hitter for the Cougs. Usually he's been playing at the hot corner over at third base, and so you can tell that he's going to enjoy being at second base. A bit of a shorter throw, give the arm a little bit of a break here. But Ollie Obenauer out of the lineup, the Cougs are going to feel that, not having that bat in their lineup for today's game.
Well, you talked about Luke is a great replacement, don't get me wrong, but you do have a decision to make if you are the coach of the Cougs right now. And because it is a close series, it's a close division itself, and if this game does end up in San Jose's favor and they tie up the series and they go up 6-5 in the division and we drop to 5-6 in the division, you might want to pull him up again. Luke Thiel might have to take a rest. Depending on how this game goes tonight, can decide his status for tomorrow. So with that being said, it's a win or loss. It's a win-win situation if you're looking at this from the Cougar standpoint if you win.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, Obenauer, a young man. He's a true freshman. He's been getting the start at second base consistently, obviously to the point now where he's been not necessarily run thin, but he's starting to have some injuries plague him a little bit. Like you're saying, if you can pick up a win here today, you don't necessarily have to start him on Sunday. You want to keep your young talent like that as healthy as you possibly can. And him being day-to-day. Again, it's early in April. There's a lot more games left to be played, a lot more conference games left to be played. But then, of course, in the Mountain West, it is a very, very, very tight conference. A lot of teams tied for first place, tied for second place. A lot of very even records barely above 500. So all of these wins or losses in conference play are incredibly valuable. So for the Cougs, you want to be able to pick up a series sweep possibly of San Jose State. If you can get the series win today, then you can breathe a little bit easier for Sunday night as well. But I mean, hopefully Nick Lewis, lefty, the day 2 starter for the Cougs, can come in and do his job. And I mean, Nick Lewis, left-hander, does not have the most velocity on his fastball, but a lot of his stuff has got a lot of break, a lot of movement to it. He fools batters a lot. And a San Jose State team that is not the best at hitting should probably struggle a little bit against Nick Lewis. So if you are the Spartans, you look to your scouting report on Nick Lewis, try and figure out, what his repertoire is, and try and do your best to get him out of the game early. Because as you know, the Cougar bullpen, not necessarily the strongest. When we've been forced to dip into our bullpen a lot, those are usually the games that we don't win in. But it's the games where we are able to, or it's the games where the Cougs are able to have their starters like Griffin Smith go 7 innings and only have one relief man come in, that they're able to pick up wins.
And San Jose, like we said, has been a very good pitching team all season long. So I expect to have a little pitching battle between both these teams right now as WSU's come off a high. So they're trying to play their best ball possible and get a series win off the bat. But then David Thomas coming in for San Jose, he knows that he has to be a good pitcher today, to tie this series up and to prove that the WSU just doesn't run them. You know what I'm saying? So as David Thomas comes in this game, I know he has to be locked in. Everybody in this bullpen has to be locked in, because if he can go a good 6 or 7 innings on the Cougars, we might have a game among ourselves.
Absolutely, yes. The Cougs today are wearing their anthracite jerseys with the white pants and the anthracite pinstripes. On the other side, you got the San Jose Spartans wearing their baby blue uniforms. We are heading to the national anthem and the lineup announcements. We will be right back as we're heading to first pitch as well. And we will be right back. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. Please stay with us. We will be back momentarily.
Down that way. This way, I haven't seen anybody.
So Nathan Choate makes the walk back to the dugout after concluding the plate visit with the officiating staff. And the starting Cougars are waiting outside the dugout, getting ready to take the field. It is Parents Weekend here at Wazoo, day 2 of Parents Weekend. Last night here at Billy and Brayton Park, we had an attendance of about 1,100 fans. It was the second most it's been so far this year as the Cougs get a break and take the field. And with all the fans beginning to trickle in to fill out the stands here today, I wouldn't be surprised to see if this sets the most attendance that Billy and Brayton has seen all year. The most has been 1,500 on Greek night back on March 25th against Gonzaga. But I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, on Saturday, all the parents are finally coming in for Parents Weekend. Friday, maybe a couple are still straggling, coming back into Pullman, but tonight all of them are in town. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see today or tomorrow have the highest attendance that Bailey and Brayton has had all year.
Oh, no doubt, as more parents are just going to be here on a Saturday than a Friday night, obviously with work concerns and everything like that. But as we're seeing it, the place is filling up. It is getting, Bailey Brader Stadium is getting, it's pretty hyped up, as it's looking to be an exciting game. It's hot outside, perfect weather for baseball, as it's just under 60 degrees with a little breeze. So the fans are getting a treat, and hopefully they get a treat with their eyes as well, as baseball looks to be an amazing game today.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, when you think back to the SJSU series here a little bit ago, the Aztecs really struggled in that series because it's about 2 out of the 3 games were in kind of rain, kind of snow, a little bit of hail. And they're a California team. They play in San Diego. It's sun all year round, about 95 in the summer, 75 in the winter. So when you come down to a place like Pullman here on the east side of Washington, where we get snow, we get rain like that, it makes it really difficult to be able to play quality baseball. But of course, if you're San Jose, you're playing these 3 games here. It's been sunny, it's been warm, it's been just perfect baseball weather. It's a little bit less of that the slippery ball action, as one might say. The ball's gonna be a little bit drier, a little bit nicer. The ball is definitely going to carry out a little bit easier. When you got that rain, it kind of weighs the ball down, makes it harder to leave the yard. So I wouldn't be surprised. There were 2 in yesterday's game, but there could be a lot of long balls in today's matchup, as we are almost underway here, folks. Alex Fernandez is going to lead it off for San Jose. They're starting right fielder. He's batting in the 1 hole, and he is number 1 as well.
And he's having a great year. He's hitting over 404 so far in the season. Let's see if he keeps this up to start the San Jose State.
Here's the 0-0. Fastball on the outside half, gets it for a first pitch strike, and Nick Lewis starts things off great. Fernandez, the left-handed batter against the left-handed Nick Lewis. Here's the 0-1. That's a breaking ball low and outside for ball 1. Makes it a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Fernandez is known as a contact hitter. He doesn't have a lot of long balls, only 1 home run on the season, but still hitting the ball incredibly well.
Here's the pitch. Fastball outside corner, catches it for strike 2. So far, those 2 strikes against Fernandez have been fastballs, both on the outside corner. Argues with the call a little bit as he was talking to the umpire. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, line drive over the head of Gavin Roy into left field. They're going to have to play it. He's going to try and dig it out for 2. Here's the throw in. Not in time. It was offline. And Alex Fernandez checks in with a leadoff double to start the ball game. And the Spartans have a runner in scoring position early on.
And I believe something is happening right now. He's taking all his gear off, but we just talked about it. As soon as he hit that ball, he makes great contact, having an amazing season, hitting over 400. So
should note, too, that is Rico Longo out in left field. He had to slide to play that ball and get it in. And then the throw, of course, came off the line. It's going to bring up Antonio Nanez in the 2 hole. Squares the bunt on the 0-0. He'll get it down the third base side. Coming in is third baseman. Throw to first base. In time, they'll get him. Kyler Northrup charges that bunt attempt, throws him out at first base, but it will move Alex Fernandez into third with the 3-hole hitter Zach Chamizo coming up to hopefully knock him in.
Very smart play right there. Just advances a man with you still have 2 outs left. So San Jose is playing this game very smart early on, as they know they have to tie the series up tonight.
So Chamizo, starting first baseman, left-handed batter against the left-handed Lewis. The runner on third. Here's the 0-0. Breaking ball outside corner, misses for ball 1. So Lewis falls behind here. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Runner on third for the Spartans. Score still 0-0. Here's the 1-0. That pitch low for ball 2. It's back-to-back misses for Nick Lewis. So we should note that is Kyler Northrup at third, Luke Thiel at second, Rico Longo in left. Here's the pitch. Misses low for ball 3. And Nick Lewis finds himself in a hitter's count against Chamizo, the 3-hole hitter. There's not a better person you'd want here with a runner on third and only 1 out. Here's 3-0. Fastball down the heart of the plate for strike 1. Chamizo did not have the green lights. He watches that one all the way.
Great pitch right there. Just caught him looking, too.
3 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses for ball 4, and Chamizo finds himself on board with a 1-out walk to set up a first and third situation for the Spartans. Brings up the 4-hole hitter, Jake McCoy, with an opportunity now with runners on first and third to possibly drive in a run and get the Spartans on the board early. They got on the board early yesterday as well with a solo shot. We'll see if a little bit of quality hitting here can't get them on the board. Here's the 0-0 to McCoy. Fastball, inside corner, gets it. Doesn't agree with the call. McCoy falls behind here, 0-1.
And McCoy, just anything to the outfield, gets him an RBI at this point.
We'll see if they run a hit and run here. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss on another inside fastball for strike 2. And now Jake McCoy falling behind, 0-2. Lewis with opportunity to reset the tone. Pickoff attempt over to first base. That lefty pickoff attempt, not in time. Get the ball back to Lewis. It's a lefty pitcher versus the right-handed batting Jake McCoy. McCoy with a golden opportunity here to pick up an RBI. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and fouled. Right field side, out of play.
And if you're Nick Lewis right now, obviously you're going to try and strike him out, but something like a double play could end this inning immediately and just get you out of this, so far, not the best start.
So far, no sign that Chamizo is going to be stealing. They might be waiting for McCoy to just get a base hit and move him around. The K chants coming from the crowd on this 0-2 count. Nick Lewis will step off for a moment, recollect himself. Still 0-0 here in the top of the first. Nick Lewis trying to get out of a jam with 1 out. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss at a top shelf fastball. Nick Lewis gets the K and sets up a 2-out situation with runners on first and third.
Great pitching right there as Nick Lewis gets himself out as McCoy was looking for everything right there but couldn't find anything.
Brings up the left-handed batting Jariah Lewis, starting center fielder for the Spartans. He wears number 0, much like Sam Haggerty did for the Mariners.
He's hitting .248 on the season.
Opportunity here with 2 outs. Here's the 0-0. Breaking ball low and outside for ball 1. Good take by Lewis. Should also note that it is Lewis to Lewis action here. Nick Lewis to Jariah Lewis.
Let's see which Lewis comes out on top.
And they're both left-handed as well.
Battle for the ages.
Exactly. The 1-0. Here it is. That ball misses high for ball 2, and Nick Lewis is falling behind here. Last batter he fell behind on was Chamizo, and he ended up walking him. So we'll see if he can't break the cycle. Lewis comes set. 2 balls, no strikes. Here it is. Outside corner misses for ball 3. And sets up a hitter's count for Jariah Lewis. And Chamizo did not have the green light on 3-0. We'll see if Lewis does. Batting in the 5-hole. Here's 3-0 with 2 outs. Fastball, inner half, gets it. Strike 1.
It's a great pitch. Hit the outside of the zone right there, and just Lewis going to decide.
3 balls, 1 strike for Lewis. Hitter's count with 2 outs. We'll see if he can't get it done. Here's a 3-1. No, it's a pickoff attempt over to first base. And that's where that lefty pickoff attempt can even fool us if it's done well. And the pickoff move from Nick Lewis isn't necessarily the best, but still very deceptive. Quick pickoff attempt over to first base, not in time. With the ball back to Lewis again. That's back-to-back pickoff attempts. They don't have the same rule that they have in the MLB, where in the MLB you can only pick off a certain number of times before the runner is awarded the next base. They don't have that in college. Another quick pickoff attempt. He faked to first, throw to third base, not in time. Woo. What a nifty move by Nick Lewis. He looked like he was going to quick move over to first, and he spun around and whipped it over to third, but not in time. They could not catch Fernandez sleeping.
It was very close, and if you're Nick Lewis, you might be thinking there's no limit. It might be a couple mind games going on.
Lewis lifts the 3-1, swung on and lifted into right field. Johnstone's going to come in, try and get a read on it. He'll call off the infielder, make the catch, and that'll do it, folks. The Cougs are able to strand a runner on first and third and prevent the Spartans from getting on the board early. Score remains 0-0 as we head into the bottom of the first, and we'll see if the Cougs can't get some early run production. You're listening to Cougar Baseball, KUGR, Cougar College Radio. We'll be right back. Please stay with us. So Nick Lewis gave up a leadoff double to Alex Fernandez in the top of the first, but somehow was able to get out of that jam and stranded him at third base, helping the Cougs prevent the Spartans from getting on the board early. We were moving into the bottom of the first here as Max Hartman, the leadoff man for the Cougs, starting center fielder, is going to dig himself into the left-handed batter's box. He's a left-handed batter going against the right-handed David Thomas for San Jose State. Thomas from the windup gets the sign, winds, fires. Here it is, squaring the bunt is Max Hartman. It bounces, fouls back off the screen. It's a foul ball.
Very unique play to come out and start if you're Hartman, and he's doing a good job at hitting the bat this year in the ball.
Cougars a small ball team. They love to bunt even early on in ball games. Here's the 0-1 to Hartman. Swung on, fouled, left field side, out of play over the concession stand. And now Hartman finds himself behind. No balls, 2 strikes.
Hartman finds himself trying to get on another hot hit streak again.
Pounds his chest, steps into the box. 2-strike hitting has been a plus for the Cougars so far in this series. Thomas winds, the 0-2. Breaking ball outside, just missed for ball 1. That was some crazy break on that slider. Almost looked a little bit like a curve. It started high and outside and looked like it just painted the outside corner, but Thomas doesn't get the call. Thomas from the wind. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, line drive, up the middle, and Max Hartman checks in with a leadoff single to start off the ball game for the Cougs.
And that's a great start for the Cougs and Max Hartman as they get things going immediately. First man up, first man on base. A good single and good eye as Max Hartman did a good job of following the ball really well there.
Hartman's a guy that when he gets hot at the plate, so does the rest of the Cougar hitters. It's going to bring up the 2-hole hitter, Luke Thiel, who is replacing Obenauer at second base. He's also replacing him in the 2-hole in the batting order. Thomas checks in on Hartman from the stretch. Lifts and fires. Swing and a grounder to third. They'll throw to second base. They'll catch Hartman. Throw to first. Not in time. Thiel beats it out, but Hartman is caught between first and second, and it's 1 out here in the bottom of the first.
Thiel did a good job of not letting that be a double play, but at the end of the day, you just don't want that to happen.
And if you're keeping book at home, you'll mark that down for Luke Thiel as a fielder's choice, as it brings up the 3-hole hitter, Ryan Shonsby, the starting first baseman for the Cougs. He's found himself in the starting lineup almost every single game. Left-handed batter versus the right-hander, David Thomas, in the stretch. Here's the pitch. Fastball low and outside, misses for ball 1. Shawnsby gets ahead early.
Shawnsby is hitting at a pretty solid 2.84 so far this season. He's looking to get something going and find a little hot streak, because that is something we all want to see as the fans at home.
See if he can't work a pretty good quality at-bat here. Here's the 1-0 from Thomas. Swung on and grounded up the middle. The shortstop, Caballero, makes the play. Throw to first base. Is it in time? Yes, it is! He'll catch Shawnsby at first, but not before Luke Thiel was able to move into second base. So Shawnsby thrown out at first off the chopping ground ball up the middle. And he'll bring up the four-hole hitter, Logan Johnstone, with 2 outs.
David Thomas not throwing a lot of pitches in this first, as the Cougars are hitting it, keeping it in field, but as these are dominant pitches, they're not letting them get out of the field.
Logan Johnstone, home run leader for the Cougs. With a little bit of a breeze here at Bailey and Brayton, blowing out to right field. Most of his home runs have come off of long shots to right field. He's got a runner on second. Let's see if he can't capitalize with 2 outs. Here's the 0-0. Fastball down the heart of the plate for strike one. That pitch came in at 92 miles an hour. Some pretty decent velo from Thomas. Johnstone with runner on second, scoring position. Needs to capitalize. Long hold. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and lifted into left field. McCoy to make a play on it. He will. Makes a little bit of a basket catch to retire the inning. And that'll do it for the Cougs. They strand a runner on second base, unable to get anything going. And the score is going to remain 0 runs for the Cougars, 0 runs for the Spartans. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR Cougar College Radio. We'll be right back. Please stay with us for the top of the second. So similar to the Spartans, the Cougs strand a runner in the bottom of the first and were unable to get on the board early. The score remains 0-0 as we are moving into the top of the second, and the Spartans have an opportunity to possibly set the tone. It'll be the 6-hole hitter Rocco Caballero starting shortstop for the Spartans. Dig himself into the right-hander's box. So here's the 0-0 from Lewis. Fastball, top shelf, misses for ball 1. And Rocco Caballero gets ahead early. Nick Lewis working quick from the wind. Here's a pitch. Check swing. Did he go? They'll check down. They'll say he didn't. And the count moves to 2 balls, no strikes. Lewis working quick. Here's a 2-0. Misses outside for ball 3. And working quick might be working against him here. Ball's behind 3 balls, no strikes. Caballero, we'll see if he has the red light here. Here it is, 3-0. Fastball down the middle for strike 1. He did not have the green lights, but he does find himself in a hitter's count here. 3 balls, 1 strike. Lewis winds, fires, swing and a miss at another fastball over the heart of the plate for strike 2. Fills it up. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Score still 0-0. Lewis gets his sign, winds, fires, swung on and a ground ball through to the third baseman, Northrup, who fields, throws to first base. Plenty of time to get the out. Now there's 1 out here in the top of the second. Northrup ranges over to his left to make that play.
Nick Lewis just doing a very fast pitching pace right now. Is that may have caught Rocco off guard, but doing a good job of just not letting it get to him after those 3 balls, and was able to get to a full count and now a ground out.
Brings up Raul Fabian, the DH. faces the 0-0, swung on and fouled off the mask of Noah Thine, who is getting the start as the catcher for the Cougs today. Will Cresswell does not get the day off, however. He will be the DH, but Noah Thine will be doing the catching. Fabian falls behind here 0-1. Here's the 0-1. It's a breaking ball outside corner, misses for ball one, evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and only 1 hit for the Cougs. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and lined into left field. Longo's going to come in to play it. And it's a single. It's a 1-out single for Raul Fabian. And the Spartans have a base runner.
Good job. Keep an eye on the ball. And just an easy, quick little single right there that works out perfectly.
Brings up the 8-hole hitter, JC Osorio Agard. Bit of a mouthful.
We like to call him JC around here.
Exactly. Just to simplify things. Runner on first base, an opportunity to possibly bring him around. Here's the 0-0. Swung on and lifted into center field. Hartman is going to get a read on it. Comes in, drifts to his right, makes the catch, and it's 2 outs here in the top of the second. The Spartans down to the last out to try and tally a run in the second inning.
Nick Lewis just has to take a deep breath, stay calm, and just find a way to get out of this inning without letting up any more hits, especially for the Cougs looking at this. And Nick Lewis just trying to get a good job, but just not a lot of pitches in the early innings.
Brings up the 9-hole hitter, Jake Maroney, starting catcher. And we'll see if a little bit of 9-hole production can come here from the Spartans. From the stretch, pickoff attempt over to first base. Not in time. Nick Lewis will reset and get his sign. And if the Spartans can get their 9-hole hitter to drive a run across, it'll be a good sign for them moving forward in this ball game. Here's the 0-0. Swung on and drilled into left field. Longo is going to come in and beat. Get a read on it. Make the catch, and that'll do it for the inning. It's an F7 to close the inning, and the Spartans strand yet another runner as we will move into the bottom of the second. We'll see if the Cougs can't do what the Spartans couldn't and possibly tally a run to get ahead here. You listen to Cougar Baseball on KUGR. I'm Smith Slye, joined with Connor Simmons in booth. Please stay with us. We'll be right back. So a pair of flyouts to the outfield retired the side for the Spartans in the top of the second. We are in the bottom of the second now as Will Cresswell batting in the 5-hole, the starting DH for the Cougs. We'll dig in and try and start out this inning right. Usually the senior, Will Cresswell, is behind the dish, but he's given his knees a little bit of a break today, only DHing. Enrico Longo, who's usually the DH, has been moved into left field, trying to shift some people around because of the Obenauer injury. Here's the 0-0 to Cresswell. Fastball high and tight, misses for ball 1. And Cresswell gets ahead early. Fans chirping a little bit. Here's the 1-0. Fastball down the middle for strike 2, taken all the way by Cresswell. Evens it up. 1 ball, 1 strike with no outs, and the score still 0-0. Should note that the scoreboard here at Bailey and Brayton has a couple numbers missing. Not quite sure what's going on there. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball missed low for ball 2. And Cresswell has got himself on a hitter's count here. 2 balls, 1 strike. Yeah, some of the numbers on the 1, the 2, the 5th inning, 6th inning are not illuminated, making it a little bit hard to read. 2-1 to Cresswell. Here it is. Fastball outside corner taken for ball or strike 2, I should say. Evens up the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, if honestly, that's a good sign if some numbers are missing because that means a lot of home runs are hitting that sign right there.
Thomas gets a sign, takes a breath from the windup. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, foul, straight back and out of the park. Makes the count remain 2 balls, 2 strikes, still no outs. It's Cresswell trying to piece together a quality at bat. Looks into the dugout, pounds his chest. The 2-strike approach for the Cougs. Right-hander versus right-hander. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball, chopped to the shortstop. Caballero makes a play. Throw to first base in time to get Cresswell. And it's a 6-3 putout to start the top of the second.
That was a good at-bat for Cresswell, though. Get some pitches under Thomas as that first inning was pretty dominant. I want to say 10 or less pitches as it was just almost 3 up, 3 down. A couple bunts right there. But Thomas doing a good job not letting a lot of pitches get to him and not letting them the Cougs get contact on these balls.
So the 6-hole hitter, Gavin Roy, starting shortstop, is going to dig himself into the righty batter's box. So here comes the 0-0. Swung on and lifted into right field. Fernandez drifts to his left, makes the catch, and it's a first pitch out for Gavin Roy with a little F9. And it's a quick 2 outs for David Thomas.
Doing a good job as Thomas is just, like I said, not doing a lot of pitches, and that is killing the Cougs right now and looks to kill them later down in this game as it keeps going on. He's not getting a lot of pitches, so his arm's not getting tired.
You like to see aggression swing on the first pitch, but first pitch outs are the opposite of quality at bats. There's the 0-0 to Rico Longo, who misses inside for ball 1. 7-hole hitter Rico Longo getting the start in left field today rather than DHing. He's also been moved down in the batting order. The 1-0 to Longo. Here it is. Swing and a miss. An inside fastball. Evens up the count for 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. No runners on. Longo with a blank canvas with nothing to lose here. Thomas winds and delivers. High and tight, a little chin music for ball 2. Makes it 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. And should note, too, that Rico Longo in the 7-hole, and he is also number 7. Bit of a coincidence there.
I think not.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swing on, and a little dribbler. Third base side, they're going to say it hit off his foot. And he's definitely feeling that. He fouled it straight off his toe. He's going to take a little bit of a walk here, try and stretch it out. That is something you definitely do not want to see out of Rico Longo.
That is not a good side. Thomas is throwing straight heat to start this game. That's 3 pitches in a row above 90 miles per hour. So hitting that and then that coming off and hitting your foot is not what you want to see.
Absolutely not. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Nobody on base. Rico Longo. Can he survive? Here's the 2-2. Swung on, ground ball, foul, third base side. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes, still 2 outs, and still nobody on. David Thomas trying to keep his pitch count low, trying to go as deep in this game as he possibly can. And the scoreboard definitely really confusing. Apparently, it says that 2 runs were scored in the 3rd, in the 4th, and in the 5th, although we have not gotten to those innings yet, and in the 10th as well. Here's 2-2 to Longo. Breaking ball. Top rung misses for ball 3. And it fills it up. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And we'll see who wins this.
A full count.
Just as much stress on the batter as there is on the pitcher here. Both have a little bit to lose. Thomas takes a breath from the windup. Here's the 3-2. Top rung misses for ball 4. They'll check down. Did he swing? No, he did not. And it's a 2-out walk for Rico Longo. You want to talk about a quality at bat? That is a quality at bat.
Especially after getting hit in the foot like that, just keeping calm, cool, and collected as Thomas was throwing straight heat and a good eye on the ball as Rico Longo doing a good job of getting on base, maybe starting something up for the Cougs in this inning.
Absolutely. It's going to bring up the 8-hole hitter Noah Thines, starting catcher today. Thine hasn't gotten very many starts this year. But because Cresswell is DHing, he'll start as the catcher today. The 0-0 to Crest to Noah Thine. Chopper over to second base. Throw to first base. In time to retire the side. And Noah Thine grounds out on the first pitch. And yet again, the Cougs have runners stranded. As that'll do it for the bottom of the second. We'll move into the top of the third. You're listening to Cougar Baseball live on YouTube for KUGR. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
The story of first pitch outs and the story of dominant pitching so far to start this game. We're top of the third. San Jose State versus WSU 0-0 ball game. Alex Fernandez comes back up to the plate. Let's see how both these teams can first want to get the goose egg off the board.
Yeah, both teams have left runners and stranded them on base, both in the first and in the second as well. So, I mean, they're on pace to leave runners stranded in all 9 innings of this game. So we'll see if which team's going to break the ice first.
Alex Fernandez got a double, gets one straight to center field, and it's going to be a fly out to the center of the field. Fernandez, another first pitch out for both of these teams. Pitchers looking to do a very good job, just not pitching a lot so far this game.
And just a lot of first pitch outs here so far. I mean, the batters just got to get some more quality at bats here, see some more pitches, take some more pitches as well.
Pitch comes in, and it is going to be a ball number 1, 78 miles per hour, as Lewis does a good job of, not a good job of just keeping it in the zone. Lewis once again with a fast start, and it's a good hit right there as Nanez is able to round the bases, looking to go 2, and he's going to get there easily. As the second pitch of the count, Nanez is able to get on the diamond with a double.
And he's 1 for 2 now. He grounded out to third back in the first. And you should note, too, that the leadoff man, Alex Fernandez, hit a double to start the ball game. And then now Nanez has hit a double as well. So both the 1-hole and the 2-hole batters for the Spartans both have doubles so far. I mean, so far it seems like the Spartans have been seeing Lewis's stuff pretty well.
Zach Chamiza up to bat. 1 for 1 in the game so far, looking to make it 2 for 2 as the pitch comes in. Looks to be high, and it is as the ball comes in. a lot of talk from the crowd right now as some chants are going on. Lewis winds back up, looks to get him going, and nothing there as Nanez is able to get back just in time.
Bit of a spaghetti move is what we like to call them. They lift and then bring their leg over their plant foot and then try and throw them out. It usually works if you're able to time up the runner, but not necessarily in that situation.
Pitch comes in, a hit straight to the first baseman, and he's able to run it in. No problem solved, but they do as Nanez is able to get to third base, and a good ground out right there for your San Jose.
And you're getting a little bit of deja vu here to the very first inning. I mean, with a double, and then that ground out there moves the runner into third. And then if it was a little bit of a deja vu situation, you'd see McCoy coming up now and walk and instead of first and third.
It's looking like flashbacks of this first inning so far. And if you're doing that, you hope Lewis gets out of this inning if you're the Cougars. Lewis on the mound, winds back up, gets one in, a swing and a miss right there. Is number 16, Jake McCoy, comes up and swings at the first pitch. Not a first pitch out, but a first pitch swing and a miss.
That's just an absolutely nasty changeup at 77.
Once again, coming in and far outside, as that's going to be ball 1 with a strike on the board as well. McCoy doing a good job just staying calm and cool. With 2 outs, you could get a man to come in with a good base hit. Lewis taking his time, looking at the catcher, throws one, kind of close. It's going to be ball once again.
I see the motivation here. You got the changeup fall off the table, so you're trying to go top rung with the fastball, but just not quite fooling McCoy.
1 strike and 2 balls. Another pitch comes in. It looks to be ball number 3 as the hitter is out in front. Lewis, as we might have deja vu, a walk might be coming once again. McCoy looking steady, pitches another one high and up and over the nets as we do have a full count now with McCoy up on that one. Lewis with the full count, looking to get out of this one with a good strike. Winds it up, sends one in, and it's a walk again. It's deja vu, first inning.
I mean, you don't want to see that if you're Nick Lewis. I mean, the first inning was a little bit scary. They were threatening to score a run with a runner on third base, and then they have the runner on third now. And I mean, you're getting a little bit. I mean, we're not necessarily far in this ball game, but you're already in the third inning, and the Spartans have had back-to-back and now to back scoring opportunities to possibly drive some win in. So if you're Nick Lewis, I mean, just stay calm, but you don't want to be putting yourself in these situations too often.
And number 0, Jerry Lewis, he got the out to end that first inning, or Lewis on Lewis crime, you might say, is Lewis did get him out to end the first inning, that scary first inning. And he looks to, again, Nick Lewis looks to do it again. As the second pitch comes in, and that is going to be 2 balls. And yes, the catcher is going to go up and talk to Nick Lewis.
Definitely trying to slow things down here. I mean, you walk a guy and then you throw 2 straight balls. And I mean, again, what you're saying, this is the 3rd time now the Spartans have been threatening to score somebody. So if you're Nick Lewis, not necessarily, through these 3 innings, not necessarily the worst start, but you definitely need to calm down a little bit. Remind yourself that you're a quality pitcher, a quality starter for these Cougs. Find the strike zone a little bit and see if you can't retire some of these guys.
And it has been a very scary game for Nick Lewis, as no mistakes so far, but it's getting very close to drawing that fine line. 2 balls, no strikes, a man on first and third. Pitch comes in, and it's up and over the net once again, right over both of our heads. As a fan might get a souvenir if it rolls back down. But that was that foul out was a strike called. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Nick Lewis still fighting to get out of this inning. Swing and a miss, or not swing and a miss, my apologies. A swing again over the net as it's a 2-2 count. Nick Lewis, after that talk, who's looking so far so good. A man on third and first. A base hit gets a man home for San Jose State.
Just trying to find the strike zone again.
Wind in a pitch. And we're going to have a full count, ladies and gentlemen. Jerry Lewis on Lewis doing a good job, as both of those at-bats have been battles so far. Let's see we'll see which Lewis comes out on top. The pitch is coming in. And it's going to be a base hit. San Jose's going to get a man home. McCoy's looking to go to 3, and he's going to get it. 1-0 San Jose State. A good job by Jerry Lewis to get a single base hit as he ends up on first and McCoy ends up on third. Nick Lewis having maybe a little bit struggles in his mind right now as it's becoming a mind game. Rocco Caballera is coming up to bat as he got out last time as well.
That was just a good piece of 2-out hitting there from Lewis. I mean, you got 3-2, 2 outs. So the runner on first base, McCoy, he's going to be running no matter what. And then you can see a good pitch to hit. You could see the infield was shifted over a little bit, a big hole up the middle, and just a good piece of hitting.
And our first goose egg is off the board as San Jose comes on top. Nick Lewis looks to check Jerry Lewis at first base as there's no rule on how many times you can try and pick a guy off. Rocco Caballera had a ground out last in the second inning, but is up immediately after in the third inning. A good hit again, and it's going to be... Oh, man, slips and falls from WSU. Is that, I believe right there, that was Luke Dale. As he just slipped and fell, couldn't get a throw to first base, and a man gets on second, and it's 2-0 for San Jose.
That's a tough one if you're Theo. Both Theo and Gavin Roy. That's a ball, that's a chopper, kind of straight up the middle, got past Nick Lewis. And then, who's going to take that ball? Is it going to be Gavin Roy's going to get to it first, or Luke Thiel's going to get to it first? Luke Thiel ended up getting to it. But, I mean, Luke Thiel's, he's not a starting second baseman, so you're trying to make that play, trying to turn and get a quick throw to second, trying to get a quick throw to first. But, of course, I mean, again, he's not a starting second baseman, so he slips, falls, and, just moves the runners over. not exactly what you're wanting to see. The runner does score, so it makes it 2-0 now. And we should say that the scoreboard for
has been fixed.
There's no longer apparently 6 runs in this ball game now. It's only 2 for the Spartans, none for the Cougs.
Well, and that ball from Caballero wasn't a fast-moving ball, so what makes me think is that Luke Thiel, he might have had too much time to think. He didn't know if he wanted to get the second for that or the first. Maybe took too much time, wasn't focused, slipped, ended up falling, and it's easy one for Jerry Lewis is able to slide in, and Rocco is able to beat the pitch, or not even to throw out, but is able to run through.
Should mention too that Drea Lewis out at second base probably got a little. He looks like he got a little bit injured there when he was sliding the second. The athletic trainer for the Spartans is talking to him. He's kind of putting a little bit of pressure on his right ankle. It looks like Nathan Choate also mounted his to try and get his guys under control. I mean, this is an inning that's just slipped away from them. I mean, after having 2 innings of being able to lock them down, being able to strand those runners, now you've given up 2 and they all have come on 2 outs. Both those runs have come with 2 outs. So, I mean, and look, 2-out run production is what kills teams in terms of giving up those kinds of runs. So you want to slow down, compose yourself, and try and play some clean baseball.
And it was looking like deja vu. And honestly, if you're Nick Lewis, you would have took that deja vu. As now it's a 2-0 game at the top of this third, 0-0 count as Raul is coming up, as he was able to get a single last time he was up, looking to go 2 for 2. A lefty on righty situation as Nick Lewis looks to get a man down and out as the first pitch comes in at 76 miles per hour in ball 1.
It's a good breaking ball there from Nick Lewis. I mean, he missed a little high, but his breaking stuff just has so much movement on it.
A man on second and first. 2 have already came in this inning. Lewis sends a pitch in and looks to get him. Nothing could be found. There's the catcher, finds the first baseman, but good job by Cabello to slide back in there and not end this inning on a weird play like that.
A little back pick action set up for it with the righty batter.
2 balls, no strikes. Umps called time for, I believe, Cabello to get his glove back on or fix something with taping back on at the first base line. As after that slide, it was something may have come undone. As some fans with the chanting, but Cabello is back in this as Nick Lewis steps back on the mound. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs, top of the third. Cougs find themselves down 2-0 after a dominant third for San Jose State. That's 3 balls right now. Up in front, Raul Jr. is doing a good job of just letting the pitch come to him so far. Hasn't swung once, but 3 balls, no strikes. Nick Lewis has to find something to get going and get out of this inning. And he does. He gets 1. Strike 1 for Nick Lewis. Sitting up against Raul.
I mean, runner in scoring position here. Hitters count. We'll see what he does.
Lewis winds up the pitch. And he sends one in. It looks to be a fastball. Nothing. Gets caught in the net. Is a good swing right there. As we have another full count. Let's see who comes out on top. The hitter or the pitcher this time. Is so far at the top of this inning has been the pitch or the hitting every single time.
You got force out at third, second, and first here. Just try and get a ground ball here if you're Nick Lewis.
Lewis sends the pitch in. And another swing and another foul tip right there by Raul to stay on top of it.
You got 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. So, and all the runners have force plays on them. So you're going to see on the pitch, the runners at first and the runner at second are both going to take off as soon as he lifts and fires.
Lewis just trying to get out of this inning at this point. Sends another one in. A swing and a miss. It gets him to go. And that's how you end the top of the third as San Jose State gets 2 to come home and leads 2 stranded on base. We'll be back for the bottom of the third as the Cougars come up and hit. San Jose State is able to get on the board 2-0 as good hits from Nanez, Jeriah Lewis, and Rocco Cabellera gets them on the board in a couple of walks. Nick Lewis was able to get out of it, not without 2 runs coming in. Now for the Washington State Cougars, Kyler Northrup coming up for his at-bat of the game, bottom of the third. David Thomas hasn't pitched a whole lot this game. As he sends one in, and it's going to be strike one. Kyler Northrup getting his first one at bat, not having the greatest of seasons, but looking to get it going relatively pretty soon as he's the third baseman for the Cougs. Thomas. Another one comes in, and that's strike 2. Finds himself below the count as Kyler. Do you think he gets the green light here? I guess we'll figure out with this pitch as Thomas is about to send one in. And a ball is going to be called. Good job right there by David Thomas, keeping Kyler on his feet.
But that slider there from Thomas, I mean, good pitch choice. We got an 0-2 count, just try and get him to swing at it, but just poorly executed. 1
ball, 2 strikes. Thomas. And a good hit by Kyler Northrup. Gets it to go, and it's going to be a ground out. There's a good job right there. Antonio Nanez, who got a hit at the top of this inning, is able to get the first out for San Jose.
And that middle infield here so far for San Jose, Nanez and Caballero, they've been getting some serious work and a lot of ground outs from the Cougs. And there's another one there to get Kyler Northrup. And you mentioned it before, Kyler Northrup, he hasn't been getting the most starts this season. But, I mean, when you get an opportunity with Obenauer getting hurt and you got to bring Luke Thielen and moving some guys around, this is your time to shine. And that's not a great way to start it out with a 6-3 putout.
Oh, no doubt. Pitch comes in on Hartman, and first pitch, first swing, foul ball. Hartman has a hit in this game, but was lined out as the Luke Thiel play. Hartman having a great season, looking to get that hitting back going again. Thomas hasn't found a way to get him out so far yet. Another swing, and looks to be another ground out as Nanez gets another one. As that's a ground out for Max Hartman.
A little 4-3 putout. That's back-to-back 4-3 putouts.
So far, 2 up, 2 down for David Thomas, and he is not getting his pitch counting up as the Cougars got to find a way at least to get some battles up on the plate, as right now I believe he's under 30, and we're almost in this 4th inning. Bottom of the third, 2 outs, 2-0 for San Jose. Pitch comes in on Luke Thiel. That's going to be strike 1.
And Thomas just really has a good sense of the zone right now. He's getting ahead on these past 3 batters.
Chance coming in. Thomas with another great pitch. Strike 2. It looked to be a curve at around almost 70 miles per hour.
About 80 miles per hour. That just had some serious break on it, really fooling Luke Thiel.
Another pitch comes in high and wide right. Ball 1. 2 strikes, 1 ball. David Thomas having a great job on the mound so far to start this game. Luke Thiel probably looking to end it. Thomas taking his time. Winds one up. Gets it to go. Luke gets another contact. The shortstop, Rocco Cabellera, is there in 3 grounds out right there as the Cougs can't get anything to go right now on the offensive end. We'll be right back at the top of this 4th inning, 2-0 for San Jose State. 3 ground out for the Cougs as they get nothing to go offensively at the bottom of that third inning. As the top of the fourth is getting ready to start, San Jose finds themselves up 2-0, doing a good job of just getting Nick Lewis's mind, and he's still out here pitching. Nick Lewis brings one in, and that is going to be a ball number 1. That was a close pitch right there. JC up to bat, the third baseman, coming in as he was out. Last at bat was in the bottom of the second or top of the second inning, and he got out on a ground out. Big pitch and a big swing by JC right there. That's going to be strike number 1 with a foul tip. 2 balls, 1 strike. Lewis again moving fast. JC swings once again.
You see a lot of the pitchers for the Cougs, Griffin Smith too, but Nick Lewis especially, they like to work really, really fast. And I mean, it's worked for Lewis, and it's also been to his detriment.
Pitch comes in, and a good catch right there. Gavin Roy sprawls one out. He's able to get the first out of the inning for the Cougs. Nick Lewis might have got saved by the bell right there.
Way to be on your toes. Gavin Roy, just a hard liner off the bat at JC. I mean, it's going to be over to your right a little bit. You got to make a play. I mean, you could always let that fall. It would probably be a single, but Gavin Roy just said no. Just got the line out.
Jake Manroy coming up as he was also out last time at bat. Nick Lewis sends a pitch in at 84 miles per hour, and that is going to be strike 1 on Jake Maroney. Nick Lewis moving at a very fast pace. Let's see if he keeps it up the rest of his game. Low ball comes in, and that's going to be ball number 1 at 85 miles per hour. Jake Maroney's. Some more crowd chants coming in. Jake Maroney from Frisco, Texas, looks to get a hit, and it might drop down, and it's a line out all the way to the right fielder. Logan Johnstone gets his first touch of the baseball tonight. Jake Maroney sends one out to the right field and gets one out. Now back up to the top of the order is Alex Fernandez, who's having a pretty solid game so far. 1 for 2, but Nick Lewis having a great start to this top of the fourth.
Way to bounce back after that last inning where you gave up 2. Just try and get out of this one.
Comes up and a good breaking ball right there, because that's going to be strike 1. If you can get Alex Fernandez a quick out to end this inning, that'd be huge and detrimental towards San Jose, even though they are up. This pitch comes in, and that's going to be a ball. Nick Lewis taking a little bit more of his time on Alex Fernandez. Winds up, sends one in. Alex fakes the swing, and nothing's going to be there. 76 miles per hour, ball 2. 2-0 game, top of the fourth. San Jose finds themselves out in front. 2 outs, no one on base, and a foul ball. So they're at a 2-2 count. 2 outs. Nick Lewis looking to get his get back after that top of the third inning where San Jose had his number, but doing a good job of staying calm, cool, and collected at the top of this fourth. Pitch comes in, and it's same thing, same result, just this one is a fair play. Sends it all the way up to the first base, and Ryan Shawnsby, and he's able to ground it and run to the first base out. 3 up, 3 down for the Cougs. Good job right there as Nick Lewis is able to battle back. We'll be back with you guys at the bottom of the fourth inning. Nick Lewis able to get his get back after that detrimental top of the third, but able to get his back. It's 3 up, 3 down at the top of the fourth. Now up to the plate is Ryan Shawnsby for the WSU Cougars. He was able to ground out in that first inning, but he was able to get contact. That's a good sign, as David Thomas hasn't been able no one's been able to hit off David Thomas so far, as the first pitch is high and hit as a foul ball up and over the nets for Ryan Shawnsby. Some more chants coming in from the left side of this crowded field. 1 strike. Pitch comes in. Strike 2 comes in as Shawnsby finds himself behind the count immediately at this at-bat.
A little fastball, not necessarily the best pitch to hit, but can't be letting that one go past.
Thomas sends another one in. That's going to be the first ball of this encounter with Ryan Shawnsby. 2-0 game, 2 strikes, 1 ball. San Jose State up in front, bottom of the fourth. David Thomas taking his time, doing a different approach from Nick Lewis, it looks like. Sends a pitch in, and a good job right there. Shawnsby's able to get a great single up and over the second and shortstop, or the third baseman and shortstop, as we have a single for Ryan Shawnsby.
Way to battle there, Ryan Shawnsby. With 2 strikes on you, you're able to take a pitch, get yourself a 1-2 count, and then you get another outside pitch to hit. I love to see left-handed batters go oppo. They kind of get a free pass to be able to pull the ball to right field. So when you see a left-hander go oppo like that, hit into left field, so usually a good sign. And that's just some good 2-strike hitting from Ryan Shawnsby.
And obviously a great hit, but he was able to battle with David Thomas, which a lot of these WSU Cougars have not been able to do, as David Thomas doesn't have a lot of pitches on the board. Logan Johnstone coming up to bat. He was able to get some contact on that first one. Pitch gets away from the catcher, but Shawnsby does not try and rush to second base. Nothing too crazy, as that pitch came in and it was a ball.
Probably won't see Ryan Shawnsby stealing anytime soon. First baseman, he's not the chunkiest guy, but also not the thinnest.
Thomas trying to get Logan Johnstone, one of the better Coug hitters. Swings, and it's a foul tip.
I stand corrected. Shawnsby took off there. It looked like they were running a little hit-and-run situation. So apparently first baseman can steal bases.
Yes, Shawnsby proving all the doubters wrong, as some might say.
Exactly.
David Thomas trying to get Logan Johnstone out. Maybe ground him out into a double play, which would be huge. Pitch comes in, and a great fast pitch, 90 miles per hour. Strike 2 on Logan Johnstone. Johnstone just got to stay calm. Looks to step back into the box. Counts his blessings. Thomas looks back at Shawnsby. Shawnsby could steal. We don't know, as a first baseman can do anything. Pitch comes in, and a good hit right there is a single for Logan Johnstone, and Shawnsby's going to stay at second, as there's 0 outs and 2 men on base on first and second. Good job right there by Logan Johnstone by getting a hit on base, as Will Cresswell has a chance to get a big double and send a man home for the Cougs.
It's just back-to-back great singles there for the Cougs. Ryan Shawnsby shot his into the left field. And then, of course, Logan Johnstone he had to reach out a little bit of an outside pitch, but somehow was able to split the first and second baseman into right. So, I mean, you set up runners in scoring position right now in second base, and Will Cresswell, he's been getting it done at the plate all year. So, great opportunity knocking a run and try and cut into this 2-0 deficit.
Will Cresswell, last at bat, grounded out, but again, getting some contact on David Thomas, as this has so far been his worst inning and maybe his most pitched inning. Thomas sends a pitch in. Oh, fakes the bunt. Another miss by the catcher, as that's been 2 so far in the last 5 pitches.
Definitely for the Cougars, like we mentioned a lot, small ball team. If they got first and second with no outs, I mean, you see it in high school a lot, in college a lot, not necessarily in the major leagues. You got guys who are hitting tanks 400 feet, but I mean, if you're playing at the college level like this, first and second with no outs, get a bunt down, maybe sacrifice yourself, but you got 3 outs to work with. Just try and move those runners around. Try and get some. You're down 2-0 here. Just try and just get the first run on the board and get some momentum.
A good hit here by Will Cresswell could send a guy home or load the bases, which would be huge, as Gavin Roy would have a chance for a grand slam. But we're not going to get there yet until it does happen. A man on first and second, 1 ball. Will Cresswell up at bat. David Thomas trying to find his way out of a not so good inning to start right now. Is a double play could end that immediately, though. Thomas looks back at Shawnsby on second. Sends the pitch in. Shawnsby looks to go. And the pitch is going to come in as a good job right there, as Rocco was able to get it to the first baseman for the first out. but 2 Cougs do advance as the 2 Cougars now are on Seansby on third base and Logan Johnstone on second base with Gavin Roy coming up. Will Crest will ground it out on both at bats so far, but this one looks to be a little bit more extraordinary than the other.
And it was a little hit and run situation there. Seansby and Johnstone were stealing, and so of course Will Crest has to swing there, has to get something in play, and he does a really great job of that. A chopper so that they aren't able to turn 2, but able to move them over.
Gavin Roy with only 1 out could get a deep fly out, maybe get an RBI regardless. This would be huge for the Cougars. 92-mile-per-hour fastball is just outside the ball for David Thomas. Big at bat right here for the Cougars. They have a chance to tie this game and potentially take the lead. Gavin Roy had a right fielder out last time at bat. Pitch comes in, and another one for David Thomas as that's a strike. David Thomas struggling so far in this inning. Let's see if he can get out of this. His most pitched inning so far as well. And a good hit right there's a single. The man's going to come home, and they're sending both of them home. As Seansby gets in along, Logan Johnstone's also able to get in as we have a tie game, ladies and gentlemen. Great job right there by Gavin Roy to get a single and tie this game up.
And you want to talk about clutch hitting. That is clutch hitting right there. You're down by 2. You got 2 runners in scoring position. I mean, that's basically small ball incarnate right there. You had runners on first and second with Will Cresswell up. Hit and run situation. You move both those runners into scoring position with only 1 out. And then you get a guy like Gavin Roy. I mean, consistency at the plate. He's been very consistent all year. Get a ground ball up the middle. There's a huge gap up there. They're having to play in a little bit. No chance for them to make a play on it. And you just made it a brand new ball game. We're back to 0-0 basically, 2-2.
Exactly. At the bottom of this 4th inning, the Cougs are able to tie this game up, still with only 1 out, and David Thomas is looking to fight that right back as he sends the strike right into Rico Longo, who had a walk last time at bat on a full count. But Rico, with another good hit or walk, to have a guy on second and first again with only 1 out. Cougs having a great start to this inning. Thomas sends it back in to try and get Gavin Roy. Gavin Roy slides in and is safe.
And this Cougar team is very much their mentality is get the next guy up. And so far in this inning, they've been getting the next guy up consistently. And we'll see if Rico Longo can't keep that momentum going and get Noah Thine up.
Thomas, maybe thinking a little bit more than he was in those first 3 innings. Sends the pitch in, was outside, 79 per hour, strike 2 on Longo. Longo pounds his chest, looks to get something going. Maybe even battle. That's what you need to do is battle against David Thomas. Thomas sends it back in against Roy, and Roy is safe once again. 2 strikes, no balls. 2-2 ball game as the Cougs are able to get 2 to go with a Gavin Roy single at the bottom of this 4th inning. Again, sends it back into Roy. Might get a couple boos from the crowd there as it is parent night. So there's a lot of people, like we said, could break the attendance record with this game today on the Saturday night baseball game versus San Jose State. Only 1 out at the bottom of the 4th inning for the Cougs. Could get something, could build something in this inning. David Thomas steps on the mound. Throws one. Check swing. Nothing's there, though. Good job right there as he didn't swing all the way through. Rico Longo, ball 1. 2 strikes and 1 ball.
Man, Thomas has been trying to get these batters, especially the right-handed batters, to chase on that outside slider for a while now, and they've kind of wised up to it. First couple ones, they kind of swung through it, but now they're getting a little bit smarter about it.
Cougs doing a good job of just not doing those 1-out hits. Longo does swing on this one, gets him to go, and that's their 2nd out as David Thomas gets a strikeout on Rico Longo with 2 outs and a man on first base and Gavin Roy.
That's Thomas's first strikeout of the night. He also hasn't walked anybody so far as well.
Noah Thien coming up to bat.
This is a lefty batter versus a righty pitcher. You got 2 outs. You got a runner on first. This is a good opportunity for Thine. Just pick up a good clutch base hit here.
Great matchup if you're looking at this from the Cougar standpoint. 2 outs, nothing on. And that's 84-mile-per-hour fastball comes in for strike 1 on Noah. A man on first. A good double play or a good solid hit keep this momentum going for the Cougs at the bottom of this 4th inning, as they did tie it with a Gavin Roy single. Another pitch coming in close to Noah Thien. That's going to be strike 2, though. Packed out crowd, and they saw a packed out bottom of this 4th inning as a lot of hits came in for the Cougs. And it all started with a good job by the top of this inning was Nick Lewis, who was able to get a 1-2-3 out after a poor 3rd inning. Ball 1 comes in to play with a 91-mile-per-hour fastball for David Thomas.
Good plate discipline there from Thine. I mean, you fall behind 0-2. It can be really easy to chase a pitch outside like that, but the 2-strike approach for the Cougs comes in. They're not going to swing at anything that they can't get their barrel on.
Thomas winds up on the mound. Gets him to swing, and that's going to be keeping it alive by Thien right there as he's able to get some contact, but it was a foul tip out right by the first baseman.
Another hit and run situation. Gavin Roy had taken off there. I mean, look, the Cougar offense, they love hit and runs. I mean, it's a part of that small ball mentality. Hit and runs is such an important part of small ball, and they do it consistently whenever they get runners on.
Oh, and it's worked perfectly to their matchup in this inning especially. 1-2 count. 2 strikes, 1 ball. David Thomas taking his time, stares him down, throws it in a wide left or wide right ball as it's 2-2 now for Noah Thien. Doing a good job of not chasing that one right there.
Putting together a quality at bat, too. I mean, you fall behind 0-2, and you still manage to make it 2-2. Just keep driving up the pitch count for Thomas.
Roy with a pretty decent leadoff, but as Thomas steps off and looks, he's out. As I believe
that was it was a pitch clock violation. Noah Thine did not look up in time, and so they bring him up for strike 3 basically, and that's how the inning's going to end.
That is a crazy way to end a very good inning for the Cougs. As that is just something that you talk about if you Couged it. That doesn't get much closer than that for a Couged it moment, as the manager's going to talk out to dump, but didn't get back in time. As Noah Thine does have a pitch clock violation, as we'll be back for the top of this 5th inning. After this, Cougs tied up 2-2.
Well, if you need any more reason to want to use hit and runs in a small ball approach, last inning was the reason. As the Cougs tied it up 2-2, and it brings up the 2-hole hitter, Antonio Nanez for the Spartans, who watches as strike 1 goes by on fastball on the outside part of the plate. Falls behind 0-1 here with no outs. Tie ball game, 2-2. Lewis fires. Low off the shin pad of Noah Thine, and his ball 1 evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. And Nick Lewis continuing to work quickly here as he's coming into his 5th inning of work. Here's the 1-1. Fastball outside corner gets it for strike 2. And Lewis with an opportunity now to pick up his 3rd strikeout of the night. Nanez lifts, fires. Here's a pitch. Misses outside for ball 2. Evens it up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 runs for the Spartans, 2 runs for the Cougs.
Nanez trying to battle with Nick Lewis.
Here's the 2-2. Swung on in line. He's going to split the second and first baseman going to right field. Johnston will play it. And it's a leadoff single for Antonio Nanez. And the Spartans have a base runner early here in the top of the 5th.
Nanez has Nick Lewis's number. Is his 2nd hit of the game now, 2 for 3 with 2 singles. And Nanez got that 3rd inning started where they scored 2 runs. So let's see if they can, again, we talked about deja vu a lot, and we're only at the top of this 5th inning. So let's see if he can do it once again.
It's going to be the left-handed hitting first baseman, Chamizo. It's in the 3-hole. It's got no outs and a runner on first. Lewis from the stretch. Here's the 0-0. Fastball, center cut, strike 1. Chamizo watched it all the way. And there is not an open seat in sight here at Bailey and Brayton, a packed out family weekend crowd. Pickoff attempt over to first base. Not in time. Nick Lewis has yet to catch anybody yet with that pickoff move.
0 for 10 is not a good stat to have.
Absolutely not. But he's got Zach Chamizo, 0-1. Another pickoff move. That one was a little funky there. Does not catch him, but he almost kind of double pumped the pickoff move. He lifted, looking like he was going to go, started to lean towards home, and then somehow was still able to commit to first base. Count still 0-1 as Chamizo is waiting for his pitch. Here it is. Swung on and lifted into left field. Longo is going to drift over. Is he going to make the catch? Laying out. He can't make the catch. It's going to drop in left field. The runner will round second. He's going to come into third. Is the throw in time? No, it's not. They'll say he's off the base. They say he's out. What a play. Rico Longo gets the ball in, and Kyler Northrup lays the tag on Nanez to get the out. And then the Spartans will have a runner on second with 1 out.
Well, Antonio Nanez had it. He was there on third base. It's just a weird play as the throw came in. I believe he lost it in the sun, was Rico Longo, but Nanez slides too far and his foot just can't stay on base. But again, a good play right there. It's a double for Chamizo.
It's definitely why you want to start your slide a little bit sooner, especially on the AstroTurf here at Bailey and Brayton, as the Nathan Choate will come out to the mound. We'll see if he keeps Nick Lewis in this game. They're going to pull him. They motion to the bullpen. They'll bring in a reliever, and that'll do it for Nick Lewis in this game. So he'll go 4 1/3 inning, allowing 2 runs to score. We're still tied up here. Cougars 2, Spartans 2, as we're having a call to the pen. Again, you're listening to KUGR live on YouTube. We'll be right back for the continuation of the 5th inning. Please stay with us. So you can close the book on Nick Lewis. He goes 4 1/3, giving up 2 runs. And it'll be Gabe Schneider, the right-hander for the Cougs, coming in relief early on in this ball game. He's got 9 ERA on the dot coming into this matchup. Not necessarily the strongest ERA, but he's definitely going to be on a short leash here. If he gets out of control, then we'll see him continuing to go to the bullpen. So it brings up Jake McCoy. Schneider checks to second. Fires the 0-0. Swung on and a ground ball over to Gavin Roy, who makes a play. Throw across at first base in time. Yes, it is. Gavin Roy with a backhand toss over to first base. Gets the second out of the inning. And the Cougs have an opportunity to close out this one without letting a run score.
Gavin Roy doing a good job of playing defense today. He has a diving out and then amazing Derek Jeter kind of like shortstop kind of play. Gabe Schneider, first pitch, first out is a good start for him.
So it looks like the Spartans are going to challenge that play. The home plate umpire and one of the field umps are going to go to the video review and see if he was in fact out. But yeah, it's an absolutely amazing play from Gavin Roy. A ball that both those plays, that diving play that he had, as well as that ground ball to his right, were both plays that he could have easily given up on, let that ball fall. It would have just enough. It would have been a single. But he's putting in that effort, tracking those balls down, able to make the play on them. The Spartans will have a runner on second base here with 2 outs if the call stands, and the score is still 2-2 tie ball game. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR, where we have a challenge on the field. We'll see what the result is. We will be right back. So the umpires finally return from their video review. It felt like ages. And they confirm the call on the field that the runner is out. So there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th, top of the 5th, pardon me, as it will bring up the 5-hole hitter Jariah Lewis, number 0, left-handed batter.
Great start for Gabe Steiner there.
Schneider from the stretch, checks the second. Here's the pitch. That breaking ball misses outside for ball 1. Ball's behind here. 1 ball, no strikes to Lewis. Not Nick Lewis, who was just taken out of the game, but Jariah Lewis for the Spartans. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and fouled. A chopper into the Spartans dugout. Hits off the net, and one of the assistant coaches makes a little bare hand grab.
And the Cougs did have a little bit luck out moment, as they could have a guy on third and second at this moment, and maybe even first, depending on how that challenge went.
Even count here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. 2-2 ball game. Here's the pitch. High and outside, misses for ball 2. Makes it a 2-ball, 1 strike count. Hitter's count for Lewis, who has an opportunity with a runner on second to take back the lead and make it 3-2. Schneider checks in on second. Here's 2-1. Misses outside for ball 3. And still a hitter's count. 3 balls, 1 strike for Lewis. Who had an RBI single back in the 3rd. We'll see if he can't pick up an RBI single here in the 5th. Here's 3-1. Inside, almost hit him on the knee, and it is a walk for Jariah Lewis. Sets up a runners on first and second with 2 outs for the Spartans, and it'll bring up Rocco Caballero, starting shortstop.
Like I said, the Cougs had lucked out with Nana is sliding over the third base line. It would be a full bases loaded moment right now for Caballero if this didn't, or for Rocco, I mean.
Schneider comes set from the stretch. Here's the 0-0. Swung on, ground ball over Northrup, who makes a play, steps on third base, and that'll be the inning. It's a 5-5 putout to retire the side. We'll move into the bottom of the 5th and see if the Cougs can't take back the lead in this 2-2 ball game. You're listening to Cougar Baseball, brought to you live on YouTube. We will be right back. Now, usually Brandon Chapman, head of KUGR, is here in attendance at Bailey and Brain. He is not tonight. Usually he is straight behind home plate. Perhaps he's taking the day off for Parents' Weekend.
Hey, busy man does busy things, and that's what Chapman does.
Absolutely. It'll bring up the 9-hole hitter Kyler Northrup, who ended the inning last at the top of the 5th with a 5-5 putout. He's getting ready to face against David Thomas. Here's the 0-0. Swung on, ground ball, foul on the third base side, just tiptoed the line, but just goes foul, and he'll fall behind here early on 1.
That was a very close, and maybe about 2 inches away from being fair, but Kyler steps back out and looks to regroup.
No balls, 1 strike, 2-2 ball game. We're tied up here on the bottom of the 5th. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball in the dirt off the chest plate of Maroney. This is for ball 1. Evens it up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Still no outs, and still a tie ball game, 2-2. Thomas checks his pitch comp. Comes set. Winds and delivers the 1-1. Fastball outside corner, clips it for strike 2. Northrup didn't offer at it. Makes it a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Looks in, pounds his chest. The 2 strike approach. Let's see if he can get a 2-strike hit here. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, line drive, and it's caught by the shortstop, Caballero, who reaches up and gets the line out. And it's a first batter out for David Thomas.
Good contact, but good job right there by Rocco Caballero, as he just had a good leaping play to get the first out of the bottom of the 5th.
It's going to bring up the top man in the order, Max Hartman, leading the team for batting average. He singled in the top of the 1st, grounded out in the 3rd. Let's see if he can't turn things around here. He's 1 for 2. Here's the 0-0. Swung on and lifted into center field. Lewis, the center fielder, will settle underneath it, make the catch, and it's the first pitch out for Max Hartman with a little F8.
Well, outside of that hit by Max Hartman, the Cougs were able to get away from that 1 pitch, 1 out kind of situations the past 2 innings, but let's hopefully they don't retrieve right back to that as Max Hartman, 1 pitch and 1 out, as David Thomas is looking to have a really short pitch inning once again.
Luke Thiel digs in. The 0-0, breaking ball inside half for strike 1. Now Luke Thiel, he reached on a fielder's choice and then grounded out. So he is 0 for 2. He's behind 0-1. Here's the pitch. Misses outside for ball 1. Evens it up. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Cougars 2, Spartans 2. Scoreboard is broken again. Apparently the Spartans have scored no runs. The 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses low for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strikes. And it's fixed again. The scoreboard now lights up again.
As soon as we talk about it, it just always seems to happen.
They can hear us through the walls here in the press box. Here's the 2-1. Swung on, line drive into center field. Lewis has to give a little bit of room, makes the catch, and that'll do it. It's another F8 to retire the side. And the Cougs are going to have to go back on defense. Still a tie ball game, 2-2. So we head into the top of the 6th. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR. Please stay with us. We will be right back.
After another quick 3 outs right there by David Thomas, who's having a strong performance on the mound to start this game off. At the top of the 6th, we have San Jose Raul Fabian Jr., the designated hitter for this game for San Jose State. Looks to come up on Gabe Schneider, who had a good job to end that 5th inning for the Cougs right now. As it's 2-2, and Fabian Jr. steps up to the plate, top of the 6th. Schneider. First pitch of the inning comes in, and it's a ground out. Looking to get right there is the first baseman, Ryan Shawnsby. He's able to get it as Gabe Schneider sprints to the first base line, and it's a ground out for Fabian Jr. As a quick 1 pitch, 1 out for Gabe Schneider. Once again, he's not getting a lot of pitches up on the board to start his early game off. Next up is JC. Fast pitch right there, 82 miles per hour ball for Gabe Schneider. Schneider, again, moving fast, just like Nick Lewis did. I wonder if that's the Cougs' approach to this game. They know something about San Jose State. As a ball was crushed, but all the way to the foul ball line, as that is major foul ball lane. But JC is able to straighten that pitch out. We might have a ball sent to China, as that was out of the country with the velocity that had. 1-1 count with Gabe Schneider winding up the pitch against JC. High up in the air, is going to be ball 2. JC having a good eye on the ball. Hasn't let anything really get past him so far. He has been out both of these times, but both of them have been off contact, not strikes or not down looking. Another ferocious foul ball as JC's able to get contact on as we have a 2-2 count. Gabe Schneider gets the pitch back from the catcher, Noah Thiel. Looking to get past this really fast, as this looks to be a quick inning for Gabe Schneider if he can get JC out. Another foul tip. JC battling right now against Gabe Schneider, which is a good job by San Jose State and JC if you're looking to do this, as Gabe Schneider doesn't have a lot of pitches on him early on in this game. Pitch comes in, another foul ball. JC just battling against Gabe Schneider. Doing their best job of, let's see who can win this David Goliath kind of battle right now, as the hitter might be getting in the pitcher's head at this moment. Top of the 6th, 2-2 ball game and a 2-2 count. Gabe Schneider on the mound versus JC of San Jose. Good eye by him as it's ball, and we have a full count, ladies and gentlemen, as this is a battle for the ages apparently. 1 out, top of the 6th. No one on base. JC up to bat against Gabe Schneider. Another foul ball. Something you might want to talk about. Good job by JC. This doesn't get you excited, especially if you're Gabe Schneider, man. You gotta calm it down a little bit. Find a way to get him reach. Find a way to ground him out. Keep a ball in play maybe for JC. Pitch comes in, and it looks to be a ground out to the short third baseman, Collar Northrup, and a good sprawling play by Ryan Shonsby as he does his best gymnastic pose as he does a split to finally get JC out. But I don't know if you're too proud of that out if you're for Gabe Schneider, if that was almost a 10-pitch at bat. 2 outs. Coming up to plate is Jake Maroney. Jake Maroney comes up to bat with 2 outs, both of them being ground outs.
First pitch misses high for ball 1. Maroney gets behind here. Gets ahead here, 1-0. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Here's 1-0. Swung on and lifted into center field, backing up Hartman. He's going to settle underneath it. And that'll do it for the top of the 6th. Hartman gets a little F8 to close out the ball, to close out the inning. Still tied 2-2 here as we head into the bottom of the 6th. Cougars trying to pounce on this tie ball game.
A battle for the ages as Gabe Schneider and JC do 10 pitches, but Gabe Schneider is able to get all 3 of the men at bat for San Jose as 3 groundouts come out to play. Bottom of the 6th inning we have coming up is Ryan Shonsby, who got a hit and started that 2-0 run for the Cougs last at bat.
Yeah, he's 1 for 2 today. He had a single and then he grounded out back in the first, but that single did help him, help the runners, help the Cougs score. So we'll see if he can't do it again. Shonsby is getting ready for the 0-0 from Thomas. Thomas, long hold from the wind. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball over the heart of the plate for strike one. Shonsby falls behind early. Oh, 1 count here with no outs, and the game's still tied. Thomas delivers the 0-1. Swing and a miss at another breaking ball for strike two. That slider has just been absolutely deadly.
That was a killer pitch right there by David Thomas.
Shonsby pounds his chest. What can he do with 2 strikes? Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss at a top shelf fastball. Ryan Shonsby strikes out. And Thomas picks up his his third K of the night.
Ryan Shonsby, who's had a pretty good game so far, finds himself not looking, but swinging at both of those. And David Thomas just gets him to go. Great job to start this bottom of the 6th.
A tone-setting strikeout for David Thomas. It'll bring up the left-hander, Logan Johnstone. The 0-0. Thomas fires. Breaking ball misses outside for ball 1, and Johnstone finds himself ahead early here. Johnstone, the home run leader for the Cougs. A little bit of a breeze to right field. See if he can't carry something out of here. Here's the 1-0. Another breaking ball, and it misses again for ball 2. Trying to go that slider, and he's missed both times.
Johnstone so far 1 for 2 at the plate so far this game.
Also scored a run to help tie up this ball game. Here's 2-0 pitch to Johnstone. Inside, misses for ball 3. And it's back-to-back balls thrown by David Thomas.
This is where it looks to be the pitchers are catching up on David Thomas. His pitches might be limited at this point of the game. And see if Logan Johnstone can end him right here, right now.
He's only given up 1 walk so far in this game. Back against Rico Longo. We'll see if Johnstone can't be the second walk tonight. Here's 3-0. Outside corner, clips it for strike 1. Johnstone finds himself in a hitter's count. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, and a tie ball game here in the bottom of the 6th. Here's 3-1. Swung on and lifted foul. Looking like it's going to go into the beer garden. And it does. It hits off one of the umbrellas there and the little picnic tables they have outside of left field. Fan makes a grab off of the ball, hit off of the umbrella into his hand. Bit of a good play there. Evens up the count, or fills up the count, I should say. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Thomas shakes him off, gets his sign. Taking his time, long hold. Here's the wind. Here's the 3-2. Swung on and drilled into right field. Backing up Fernandez. That one is gone. Logan Johnstone solo homer. Puts the Cougs ahead 3-2 here in the bottom of the 6th. Logan Johnstone, have a night.
Great job right there, Logan Johnstone. Like you said, as his at-bat started beginning, let's see if he can get one to go as he leads us in home runs. And he's going to keep leading us with home runs with swings like that. Great job to battle and just let the pitch come to him as Logan Johnstone is able to get the Cougs a lead, bottom of the 6th.
A no-doubter into right field over the John Olerud, retired number 18. I believe all of Johnstone's home runs have been to right field so far this year. He is a lefty batter. It does make sense. It'll bring up Will Cresswell batting the 5-hole. He's 0 for 2 so far tonight. Here's the 0-0. Fastball outside corner for strike 1. Falls behind early. Will Cresswell, he grounded out back in the 4th in order to move the runners over. Shonsby and Johnstone, who both scored. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball foul down the third base side. And Cresswell finds himself behind here in a big way. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Trying his best to follow up that Logan Johnstone solo homer. And Johnstone's just been putting the team on his back in critical moments like that. Here's the 0-2 to Cresswell. That pitch misses low and outside for ball 1. Good 2-strike take by Will Cresswell to lay off that pitch. Righty on righty action. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Cougars leading now 3-2 thanks to Logan Johnstone. Here's the 1-2 from Thomas. Breaking ball fouled straight back. Count remains at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cresswell looks in again, pounds his chest. One thing you'll see for the Cougs, no matter how many pitches they take with 2 strikes, they will always pound their chest. Thomas gets his sign, winds, and delivers. Swung on, ground ball over to the first baseman. It goes through his legs! It goes through the legs of Chamizo, and Will Cresswell will get a single out of it off an E3.
Wow. Just a crazy luck of the bat, honestly, right there. You don't see a lot of stuff like that unless you're Alex Ovechkin going 5-hole, as Will Cresswell was able to go 5-hole in the first baseman right there.
Zach Chamizo looking like Bill Buckner out there at first base. It's funny, in the play-by-play class that we have here at Wazoo the other day on Thursday, we were mentioning Bill Buckner, and that was a Bill Buckner-esque play. So I don't want to say that we jinxed Chamizo, but we definitely willed it into existence, as the head coach for the Spartans will come out to the mound here. We'll see if he takes the rock away from Thomas, and not quite sure yet. Just talking to him, possibly just trying to calm him down.
Yeah, they're going to try and talk to him. David Thomas has so far had a pretty good game outside this rough start to this bottom of the 6th. But something I do want to say is everything we're saying seems just to come to life.
Absolutely. So they will take David Thomas out of the game. He'll make the slow trot back to the dugout. A couple of the Cougar fans applauding his performance today. He'll go 6 innings. But that'll do it for him today. The Spartans will dip into their bullpen here with 1 out and a runner on first base. You're listening to Cougar Baseball. We are heading to a pitching change. We'll be right back. Please stay with us. So the Spartans will bring in E.J. McGrew, their best pitcher in the bullpen. He's got 2.04 ERA, the best on the team coming into today's matchup. He's a left-hander. So they had a starting pitcher, a righty starting pitcher in David Thomas, and now they move to the lefty, E.J. McGrew, as the Cougs now lead it 3-2.
And I also want to say, E.J. McGrew, being the best pitcher of this bullpen, he also leads in wins, as he has a 4-1 win-loss ratio. So you can tell he can just throw some heat out there. Let's see if the Cougs can get some early hits on him early on in this game. Hopefully nothing too crazy happens for the Cougs if they get lost down in a couple of these innings.
So Will Cresswell reached on base off a ball through the legs of the first baseman, Chamizo. So he's on first off an E3. Bring up the 6-hole hitter, Gavin Roy. Ironically, Gavin Roy hitting in the 6-hole is number 6, and then Rico Longo batting in the 7-hole is number 7.
Man, things just seem to always line up. Gavin Roy having a great day defensively.
Nathan shows a bit of a sense of humor. McGrew comes set and delivers. Squaring the bunt is Gavin Roy. He'll pull it back for ball 1. That pitch missed low and inside in the dirt. Gavin Roy gets ahead here. 1-0 with 1 out. Cougars leading 3-2 in the bottom of the 6th. McGrew, lefty, lifts and fires. Swing and a miss at a fastball high and outside at 88 miles per hour, and he evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and the Spartans with 1 error because of the E3 from Chamizo. McGrew checks over the first, lifts and fires, misses outside for ball 2. Makes it a 2-ball, 1 strike count. Cougars still leading 3-2. And Will Cresswell probably not taking off over at first base. He's a catcher. He's a little bit chonky. Here's the 2-1. Swung on over to the shortstop, who flips the second. Throw to first, double play. Yes, sir. 6-4-3 double play. And that'll retire the inning. McGrew gets in and does his job. We will head into the top of the 7th as the Cougs try and slow down the Spartans offense.
A Logan Johnstone home run gives the Cougs the lead. And another change besides that lead is the WSU Cougars pitcher. Luke Myers steps up to the plate, or to the mound, my apologies, against Alex Fernandez, who's had a hit so far in this game at the top of the 7th. Cougs find themselves up 3-2 after a massive home run shot by Logan Johnstone. Pitch comes in wide left for ball 1. Alex Fernandez so far getting good contact with these balls. Another good hit. It's all the way out to the left field man. Enrico Lango is able to get that out. There's 2 pitches and 1 out so far for Luke Myers. Great start to this inning.
Yeah, Fernandez got a little handcuffed there. Just a pitch that he just couldn't really do anything with. He just kind of shot like a little flare over into Rico Longo, getting the start out in left field today. I mean, we mentioned it before. He's the DH typically for the Cougs, so seeing him out in left field is a little bit unnerving, not the word I'd use, but a little weird.
Pitch comes in against Antonio Nanez, who had a little bit of a error on the offensive end as he overslid the third base line and was able to get it out, which could have been huge for San Jose as they could have a whole loaded bases moment. Luke Myers, another one, and a swing and a miss. Luke Myers gets it to go. 1 strike and 1 ball against Antonio Nanez. Luke Myers with a 6.0 ERA. Sends another pitch in that was around 83 miles per hour for ball 2.
And Luke Myers started the year out as one of the starting 3 pitchers for the Cougs, and then, of course, got moved to the bullpen. And so far, he's just been killing it.
Myers winds up another one, and a hit by Nanez is able to go ground out. And an easy out right there is 2 up, 2 down. A great start by Luke Myers right there. Luke Thiel is able to get a good job sending it to the first baseman.
Yeah, Luke Thiel, he had a mishap earlier in the game where there was a ground ball up the middle. He tried to play, kind of slipped. Again, we mentioned he's not a second baseman. He's typically plays third. So, but I mean, he seemed to kind of hit his stride a little bit, find his groove, and he's looking pretty solid out there at second.
Number 23, Zach Chamizo comes up the plate with a huge hit all the way out. It's going to be back towards the right field, and it's gone. Zach Chamizo, first pitch, first swing, sends it back to the right field wall, and we have a tie game, ladies and gentlemen. What a hit right there. 3-3 ball game with 2 outs. In the first pitch, first swing, Zach Chamizo ties this game up. Top of the 7th.
Yeah, Chamizo hitting the celly there. He kind of says to Logan Johnstone, everything you can do, I can do better. He's able to pick up another solo shot. I mean, tie up this ball game. It was just a good pitch to hit. You got a right-handed pitcher going to get up against the left-handed Chamizo, and just basically mirror image of what Johnstone did.
And just Luke Myers, who was having an amazing inning. Another hit foul, though, by Jake McCoy. Comes up to the plate with one of the only walks of this game for San Jose. Luke Myers winds up the pitch, sends it in, and it's high. 92 miles per hour, though. 1 strike, 1 ball for Jake McCoy battling against Luke Myers. Another wild pitch, though. Ball 2. Luke Myers, who only had 5 pitches with those first 2 outs, was probably feeling very confident. Looks at someone down the lane, and Chasimo just, he sees it all too well. Myers got another one, another foul tip, as we have an even 2-2 count with 2 outs in a 3-3 ball game. A lot of even stuff happening in this game. WSU and San Jose State having a battle right now on Parents Weekend. Myers finds his pitch, throws it, and a swing and a miss. Gets it to go after a big home run, is able to strike out Jake McCoy. Good job right there. I'm Carter Simmons, joined in the booth by Smith Slye, and we'll be back with you guys for the bottom of the 7th. A Zach Chasimo home run is able to tie this, a single shot home run, if I should say that, ties this game up at 3-3, bottom of the 7th inning. Let's see if the Cougs have a response after that huge home run right there off of Luke Myers, who had 2 very quick outs, and that home run comes to be. But now, E.J. McGrew, who's thrown some heat so far at the bottom of that 6th, let's see if he can keep it up and try and get Rico Longo out, who's had a walk, the only walk so far for the Cougs this game. Great pitch comes in right there at 86 miles per hour, and a good ball and a good take right there by Rico Longo.
It was a bit of a close one, just barely missed the zone. You could tell EJ McGrew wanted that call.
EJ, the best pitcher on San Jose, sends another ball. Rico's seen the ball very well so far at his plate appearance, as his 3rd plate appearance. McGrew sends it in, and a good job by the 3rd baseman, JC, to send it home, and it's missed. He's going to go too. Rico's looking to go too. He's able to get down as a miss, as an error right there looked to be a bad play by JC or Zach Chasimo. I think Zach Chasimo, who hit the home run, had a bad glove right there, as he's able to get past him. And what a good job by Rico for being very aware right there and going to 2, as he technically has a double.
That's just. I mean, look, bit of a chopping ground ball over to third base. The third baseman JC gets it on his backhand. Throw to first base. Chasimo had that ball go through his legs earlier, and Will Cresswell got on base. I wouldn't necessarily give that an E3. I'd probably say that's probably an E5. It is going to go down as an error. I'd say give it an E5 to JC. I mean, you have plenty of time. It's a ball right into your glove backhand. You can have plenty of time to make that toss. Granted, you are at third base, but he kind of rushed it a little bit and ended up spiking it, and then Chamizo just couldn't quite pick it. So, I mean, hey, Cougs are going to take it, and they're going to actually pinch run for Rico Longo, putting Cole Watterson out there. He's got some speed. He's usually a center fielder for the Cougs.
Smart play right there by the Cougs, as Noah Thine comes up to the plate with No hits so far in this game. Looking to maybe change that or at least advance the Cougar runner on second. EJ McGrew looks to pick him off, and gets past him, and too late. It was right there. Antonio Nanez was able to barely get a glove on it to at least slow it down. We might have a Coug on third, but you hate to see it for EJ McGrew as what looked to be a ground out and 1 out to start this inning turns to a double play technically.
They try and do a little bit of a moving pickoff attempt there. EJ McGrew's spin move, try and catch him at second, just went a little wide of the glove. Luckily for the Spartans, it didn't kick into the outfield, so Watterson just couldn't quite advance into third.
First pitch by McGrew coming into Thine. Thine fakes the bunt, doesn't do anything with it. First pitch, first ball on Thine.
It's going to be a rare occasion to see the Cougs with no outs, runners on, and not bunting. They usually will bunt if they have no runners on, even if they don't have runners on as well.
The Cougs looking to get a response after that home run by San Jose State. And a ball is going to be played there after the pitch by McGrew. 2 balls, 0 strikes, 0 outs, but a Coug on second base at a 3-3 ball game. Looking to maybe take advantage of this moment as not a lot of opportunities come like this in baseball, especially for the WSU Cougars. Pitch comes in. Another ball, it looks to be, or at least a drop by the catcher. Yes, his 3 balls, no strikes. EJ McGrew, who's looking like supposed to be the best pitcher of San Jose State's looking a little rattled out there on the mound.
You can tell that runner on second is really bugging him. He wanted that to be a ground out, and then he missed the pickoff attempt. Yeah.
Gets a strike to go, though. Good job right there, McGrew, for settling down and settling in. 1 strike and 3 balls.
Good pitch to bunt there from Noah Thine. He just decided to pull back. I mean, you do have the 3-0 count, so you're going to probably pull back, but good pitch to bunt.
Pitch comes in again, and it's bunted foul, though. Thine thought he could get that one. It's foul ball, and we have a full count after having a 3-0 count.
Noah Thine 0 for 2. He grounded out, struck out, and he's trying to break the cycle here. At least go 1 for 3.
EJ McGrew getting his pitch, locking and loading. Noah Thine maybe going for something. Gets a pitch high and way over the nets as a fan might get a souvenir and go home with something special. Foul ball up and over the nets. Full count still, no outs for the Cougs. 3-3 ball game, bottom of the 7th.
This game's just been neck and neck. The Spartans took the lead, and the Cougars took it back. And then the Cougars have a solo shot, and the Spartans have a solo shot. It's just been going back and forth and back and forth.
A lot of copycat baseball is being played right now.
Absolutely.
If it looks to go down to the wires, EJ McGrew comes up for his 7th pitch of the at-bat. Wow, and just gets him to go. Sends Thine, Noah Thine down looking, as that is the first out for the San Jose.
I still say it's a quality at bat. He did drive up the pitch count a little bit on EJ McGrew, but that's just a bad pitch to take. Looking strikeout, backwards K. Just not what Noah Thine wants right now. It's 2 strikeouts so far tonight.
Kyler Northrup steps up with a line out and a ground out. The pitch comes in. First pitch, first swing, and a miss. Strike 1 on Kyler Northrup with 1 out. Looking to get something going as the bottom of the Cougs lineup hasn't got a lot of hits, so let's see if Kyler can get one to go. And a good eye on the ball right there as it's ball. Ties up the count. EJ McGrew looking a little bit more confident after that last out. McGrew, pitch comes in. Good hit right there. Will it stay fair? And no. Hits off the fence of the foul line around the 300 mark. Kyler Northrup thought he had something to go, but we have a 2-1 count. 2 strikes, 1 ball.
Got a little handcuffed on that inside pitch, just trying to fight it off. I mean, you'll see guys like Julio Rodriguez, they're really good at being able to, they get kind of handcuffed, but they somehow fight it off and get like an oppo hit out of it, but not Kyler Northrup. He's not Julio.
See if McGrew tries to strike him out. Good job right there for getting contact as he was trying to strike out. Kyler beat it, and he does. Good job by Kyler Northrup for not such a great hit. Should have been a ground out, but beats it with the speed. Good job by him right there. And EJ McGrew is kind of getting sold by the outfielders around him and the infielders around him.
Absolutely. I mean, if there's one thing you won't see the Cougars do, it's jog to first base on an infield ground ball. All these Cougars, they got a lot of grit. If there's ever a ground ball into the infield that they have an opportunity to turn into an infield base hit, they will try and turn it into an infield base hit. They will run incredibly hard down the first baseline, try to beat it out. And I mean, that turns runner on second, 2-out situation into a 1-out situation with runners on second and first. And you got Max Hartman coming up.
One of the best hitters for the Cougs comes up to the plate as the McGrew pitch comes in, and that's going to be an 80-mile-per-hour ball to start off Max Hartman's plate appearance with 2 men on base, first and second, tie ball game, and only 1 out. Max Hartman has almost everything in the world you could ask for if you're a Cougar. Another ball comes in by E.J. McGrew. It seems like E.J. gets in his head quite a bit depending on how these pitches are going and how the plate appearances are going. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Max Hartman. His only hit came in the first inning, first at bat. Tries to pick him, and it again sneezes away from Antonio Nanez, as that could have been worse once again.
With that ball kicked off the back of Cole Waters. I think that's twice now he's kind of been hit by those pickoff attempts there. So it's a little painful for Cole Watterson. He's just trying to live his life out there. He keeps
for his
pegged.
little appearances coming into a game to get hit by 2 pitches and not even get a base out of it. Pitch comes in, and Max Hartman swing and a miss. His first strike. 1 strike, 2 balls. Max Hartman trying to get it right back at him.
You got a runner in scoring position, 1 out. Got to capitalize here.
E.J. McGrew trying to get out of this tough inning where he's been sold by his fielders. Tries to get him again. This time they're able to catch it and not let it roll into the outfield. But Watterson, man, you got to feel for him. He's putting everything out into the second base line.
I mean, the Spartans know that it's a dangerous base runner with Cole Watterson. He's got some speed, so you got to try and keep him close a little bit. But at the same time, you got to focus on Max Hartman. He's a good hitter.
E.J. McGrew looks to wind up, looks at Watterson, and again, Watterson getting down and dirty in his 1 plate appearance, I guess you could say. Watterson staying calm and collected as well.
If you're Watterson right now, just try and time up McGrew and see if you can't maybe swipe third on a stolen base.
Max Hartman from Canada. Probably has his family come down from Canada. A swing, and it might be a double play as E.J. McGrew. Oh, he fumbles it! Are you kidding me? He's coming in, Watterson! And he's safe! Cole Watterson with the play of the day! My goodness! Antonio Nanez fumbles the pitch. Could have been an easy double play. Cole Watterson picks up on the lackluster play right there by Nanez. Looks to send it in, slides, and the catcher. My goodness. Oh my gosh. You don't see a lot of plays like that. As Jake Maroney fumbles the ball and Watterson's able to slide in as we have a 4-3 ball game. And E.J. McGrew's got to be fuming.
I don't think I can believe my eyes of what just happened. That was a tailor-made, I repeat, tailor-made double play straight to Nanez. Fielded it and just bobbled it, almost like it went right through his glove at his feet. They were scrambling for it, both Caballero and Nanez at their feet trying to pick it up. They don't get the out at second. And then, of course, Rico Longo rounds third, throw it home. They had him by a mile. And somehow it kicks off the glove of Maroney, and just makes it a 4-3 game. I mean, the errors are just what are going to kill the Spartans. If it comes down to one-run ball game, it will be on them.
Well, E.J. McGrew and the Spartans are completely consoled by errors right now. McGrew sends the pitch in as a steal, nothing. Have to go back out as there's a man, Max Hartman on first, and number 5, Kyler Northrup on second, with Luke Thiel coming up.
And 2 really fast base runners out there, and that's the same thing. First and second, 1 out, hit and run situation. We'll see if Luke Thiel doesn't do it again.
E.J. McGrew trying to get out of this inning, which is a nightmare inning, not for him, but the whole team itself for the fielding. Looks to get another double play. Can they get it this time? And yes, they can. They're able to escape it, but not after a horrible misstep by the Spartans that has Watterson getting us home and getting the Cougars a lead. After a smart double play, E.J. McGrew was able to get out of it. I'm Connor Simmons, joined by Smith Slye. We'll see you guys at the top of the 8th. After a couple mistakes and errors by the Spartans, it leads to a Watterson coming home off a Nunez mistake, as he's able to get a sliding towards the home, get the crowd involved, get the parents involved. 4-3 ball game, top of this 8th. As the Spartans are looking to get something to come back, as Jeremiah Lewis, who was walked last time at bat, but he wasn't facing Luke Myers, fakes the bunt and runs out of the box. Strike one on Jeremiah Lewis.
Good start for Luke Myers. First pitch strike. You like to see it here in the 8th inning.
Hopefully Luke Myers can get out of this inning without giving up a home run. Swing and a miss right there. 2 strikes and no balls. Luke Myers starting off strong against Jeremiah Lewis. Again, the Cougs up 4-3 after a couple missteps by the Spartans. Top of the 8th. And a low ball by Luke Myers. 2-1 count. 2 strikes, 1 ball. Cougs maybe getting a little bit more momentum after a great run by Watterson to slide in and give them the lead. Lewis stepping up. Another swing and a miss. Myers gets him to go, and strikeout number 1 for Luke Myers in this game. That's 1 out for the Cougs off the bat. And Rocco steps to the plate, number 7 for the Spartans. Top of the 8th, 1 out already. Luke Myers with a quick 4-pitch out. Looking to do the same against Rocco. Just high, it looks to be. 83-mile-per-hour ball. Luke Myers looking to calm it down and bring it down lower. Winds it up, sends one in. Ooh, another great pitch, 90 miles per hour this time, but still a ball. Luke Myers and these Cougars are pitching very fast. Catches San Jose on their feet. A good hit, just a bloop single right over to Rocco. Gets an easy single right over the second baseman, Luke Thiel.
It's just a good piece of hitting there from Caballero. I mean, you get an outside pitch. You got to take it oppo, so he takes it oppo, shoots it over the head of Thiel. Just kind of drop it right in front of Logan Johnstone. That's some good 1-out production there. I mean, you get a leadoff strikeout from Luke Myers. Great tone setter late in the game like this, and try and get the momentum back if you're the Spartans with that hit.
And now Fabian Jr. steps up to the plate with no hits yet. Looks to get him, sends it back into Luke Myers to the first baseman, but Rocco is safe. With a man on base, 1 out. Let's see if San Jose can capitalize with an early hit in this inning and maybe even potentially tie this game up. Luke Myers throws the pitch in, and it looks to drop right down to the center, going back to the wall as a double's going to be played. Rocco's going to go all the way. We might have a tie game. Looks to send it home, and Rocco is safe as we have a tie ball game, 4-4 after a great double play by Rule Fabian Jr.
What a great piece of hitting there by Fabian. I mean, you get a pitch to hit, you just absolutely lace it into the left center gap, bounce off the wall. You force Hartman to have to play it off the wall, try and get that ball in, and then Gavin Roy gets it, throws home. I mean, the throw was way off the line. You're not going to catch him. But, I mean, this is a neck-and-neck game. Ties it up 4-4. I mean, right after the Cougs just capitalized on some of the errors made by the Spartans come back and get it with another hit.
As we can see, now we have a Spartan on second base. Let's see if Luke Myers can calm it down with JC coming up to bat with he also has no hits. Strike 1 on JC. Luke Myers needs to settle it down after a big double right there by Fabian Jr. Another big swing and a miss. JC down 2-0. Luke Myers doing a good job of controlling this at bat after giving up a run with a double. Does it get to go? No. 2-1 count, 1 ball. Hopefully Luke Myers can get out of this inning with let it have being a tie game as the Spartans respond immediately after a Cougs run. And gets him to go. Swing, or not swing and a miss, a strikeout while looking. Luke Myers gets him to look it right down the plays. JC is out once again.
Not a lot of run production from the bottom half of the order for the Spartans. I mean, of course, Fabian in the 7 hole just got that RBI double, but other than that, the 8 hole, 9 hole have yet to pick up any hits so far this game.
Yeah, so far, the lower part of these lineups for both of these teams haven't been able to get a lot of hits as Jake Maroney steps up, the catcher. Ball 1 comes in with a Spartan on second base. Luke Myers looking to get out of the inning with only 1 run and given up. Spartan on second base. Jake Maroney trying to get a good hit with 2 outs. Tie ball game, top of the 8th. Sends it in. Woo! And a good pitch right there. 90 miles per hour fastball to get his first strike on Jake Maroney. Again, 2 outs. Man on second base. Luke Myers sends a pitch in, and it's fouled up and out of the way. 2 strikes and 1 ball on Jake Maroney. Luke Myers looking to throw the heat. He's had 3 pitches in a row over 87 miles per hour. All on Jake Maroney. Probably was not expecting that. Fabian Jr. having quite a bit of a far reach on that leadoff on second base. Luke Myers looking and watching him. High pitch. Sends it to a tie count. 2-2. Top of the 8th. 4-4 ball game. Both of these teams are basically mirroring each other.
Neck and neck, one might say.
Yes. This game is coming down to the wire. Luke Myers is trying to get it to the wire. Another ball. Sneaks away from the WSU catcher. But we have a full count now. A matchup for the ages. A full count. Luke Myers versus Jake Maroney, who stayed strong so far this whole at-bat with 2 outs. A man on second base. Who's going to win this matchup? A hit by Jake Maroney. Looks to be easy ground out. Good job right there as Kyler Northrup's able to send it home to the first base. 4-4 ball game. Spartans able to tie this game up. Let's see if the Cougs can do something at the bottom of this 8th inning. We'll be back to you guys after this break. After a great double play by Rule Fabian Jr. to get Rocco to tie this game up that splits just Max Harmon and Rico Longo, they're able to tie this game up as we have a 4-4 ball game, bottom of the 8th inning, and the WSU Cougars are looking to get something to go and get a late win in this bottom of the 8th.
And neither team has really been able to hold on to the momentum at all. I mean, it's just kind of been going back and forth and back and forth. We mentioned the term neck and neck. I mean, just one of these teams needs to get some momentum here late in the game and just hold on to it.
The Spartans only have 2 pitchers. E.J. McGrew is still in bottom of this 8th against Ryan Shawnsby. First pitch is going to be a ball at 88 miles per hour.
Shawnsby having a pretty good night today, 1 for 3. See if he can't make that 2 for 4.
And I believe he has 1 RBI. Shawnsby with a high pitch count on E.J. McGrew. Sends another one in. It's strike one against Ryan Shawnsby. The first baseman for the Cougs.
That slider from McGrew is just absolutely nasty.
Shawnsby from Long Beach, California, takes the second one. It's going to be ball 2. E.J. McGrew looking to calm down and hopefully get some more help from the boys around him, especially in this inning. It's coming down to the wire. The pitch comes in and a good hit single by Ryan Shawnsby. Sends it right back out to E.J. McGrew. And Shawnsby's able to get on the base after an amazing night. 2 for 4 in the day now.
Man, that the gap between the shortstop and second base for the Spartans has just been wide open all game. They've had a couple of hits there, hard grounders up the middle that they just haven't been there to cover. And I mean, it pays off another again for Shawnsby getting on leadoff single in a game this close is going to be critical.
Logan Johnstone, last at bat, hit a home run to take the lead, which ended up the Spartans tying. But again, a tie ball game. Let's see if Logan Johnstone can do it again and have a man on base to do it with to get double the points. Takes the first pitch by E.J. McGrew, and it's going to be ball 1 against Logan Johnstone. Johnstone, the right fielder, hasn't had a lot of action out in the right field outside of that one home run by the Spartans. Looking to get something going offensively once again after his massive home run. Takes the second one, which is going to be ball 2. Doing a good job right there. Ryan Shawnsby not going to have much of a lead off as he's not going to be stealing as much as we talked about earlier in this game.
You might see a hit and run situation, but maybe not a lot with Shawnsby.
E.J. McGrew gets his pitch. Sends it home. And a good pitch right there. Strike 1, 89 miles per hour.
You got a hitter's count here, no outs, runner on first base. I mean, we'll see if they can't capitalize.
A big hit by Johnstone could completely change the dynamic of this tie game. Late on as well. Another one. E.J. McGrew ties it up. 2-2 count. No outs. Ryan Shawnsby on first base for the Cougs. 4-4 ball game. Bottom of the 8th as we're getting down to it in a close matchup between the San Jose Spartans and the Washington State Cougars. And a hit. Gets it. Logan Johnstone's able to get a good single. Ryan Shawnsby's going to sprint all the way to third. He's going to get it no problem. Not a slide. No slide is needed. Logan Johnstone gets another great single as we have a man on first and third base right now with 0 outs. Let's see if E.J. McGrew is going to stay in this game.
It looks like they're going to say that Ryan Shawnsby's out here. The ground ball kicked off his heel, hit by the ball before it touched an infielder. So, I mean, they're talking it over. Nathan Schultz, discussing it with the home plate umpire, and then Ryan Shawnsby's running into the dugout. So it's going to be a 1-out situation there. So basically, Logan Johnstone just traded places with Ryan Shawnsby without actually getting any runs across, which is a little bit frustrating, but that's how baseball works.
That is frustrating. It's basically Logan Johnstone hits a single. He's now on first base, but it's going to be 1 out as Ryan Shawnsby barely nicks the ball. Could have been a huge play down late in this 8th inning, but, that's what the baseball gods want, and that's what baseball gods are going to get.
What's frustrating, too, is that ball would have gotten through even if it hadn't hit enough Shawnsby. Yep. So if he just got out of the way, he would have been on third base.
E.J. McGrew gets a little bit more luck back as last inning wasn't so lucky. Will Cresswell steps up, takes the first pitch, and it's going to be a ball. 79 miles per hour by McGrew. Again, still a good job right here for the Cougs to capitalize off of this, as it's only 1 out and a man on base in Logan Johnstone. It's one of the speedier guys you could say on this team. Good pitch right there by E.J. McGrew, 88 miles per hour. Gets another ball, though, as Will Cresswell keeps an eye on it.
Past couple batters, McGrew started him off falling behind with about 2 balls, 2-0 counts, and yet he was able to work himself back with Logan Johnstone. See if he can't do it here with Cresswell.
And the coaches for San Jose State definitely trust him. Another pitch comes in, and it's a great single. Goes right down the third baseman line. Will they send Johnstone home? And they're going to stop him. A double play right there by Will Cresswell, as we would have had 3 at-bats, 3 hits right there. Good job. Will Cresswell gets a good double. And is that Watterson going to come back on for a pinch runner? Or no, they're just going to take his gloves away. Yes. Will Cresswell and Logan Johnstone on second and third base. E.J. McGrew looking at the bench. Might get a sub out. Gavin Roy coming up now.
I do agree with you. I would say they would want to sub in Cole Watterson, but it looks like they're having Cole Watterson going to pinch hit for Rico Longo, it looks like, coming up here soon.
And they're going to be talking to E.J. McGrew, who's had a rough start to this inning. It has been technically three singles, 3 hits. Logan Johnstone and Will Cresswell have a chance to take it home with only 1 out.
So they are going to get called to the pen here, bring in another reliever here for the Spartans, and that's it for McGrew.
And that will be, as we will come back after this break, the Cougs dominating the bottom of this 8th inning. Let's see if they can get something to go after this break. Now coming up to the mound is number 49, Tyler Albanese of San Jose State Spartans. And let me tell you something, E.J. McGrew, who's supposedly the best pitcher on this San Jose State pitching staff, looks to be the Cougars had his number tonight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, he has the best ERA on this team. He's a lefty. He's got some good breaking pitches, pretty good velocity on his fastball. But at the end of the day, I mean, this wasn't necessarily his fault. I'd say errors.
He was very unlucky.
Errors absolutely killed him. He's definitely a pitcher where you start to get a little bit of pressure on him. Once you start to get some of those errors,
It became a mind game for him.
It just gets in your head. You saw it early on with that. He had a runner that got on base, moved into second base off a botched throw to first base, and he was lit. That runner on second base was living in his head rent free. He just couldn't quite get him out. And then everything kind of started to fall apart a little bit. I mean, it's still a tie ball game, 4-4. But I mean, the Cougs have runners on second and third. And you got Gavin Roy coming up, who has an opportunity to maybe turn his night around a little bit and maybe pick up some two RBIs in this situation.
As is a huge at-bat coming for Tyler Albanese and Gavin Roy and the Cougars, as there's only 1 out and 2 men on base, and that's third and second base. Tie ball game at the bottom of the 8th inning, which we're getting very close to this finish line. Let's see what Tyler Albanese can do against Gavin Roy in this first at-bat. First pitch comes in, and it's going to be a very fast pitch at 93 miles per hour fastball, but it's going to be a ball. Gavin Roy having a good eye.
Tyler Albanese, he's got a 2.5 ERA, so one of the better pitchers in this Spartan squad.
And that's what they need right now is a pitcher to come in and just lock down the Cougs, especially in this situation. Another pitch comes in, a swing and a miss by Gavin Roy. Ties up the count 1-1. Another 93 mile per hour fastball.
Yeah, Albanese, a bit of a flamethrower up there. Just really tall right-hander. Bit of a mirror image of like a Randy Johnson-esque pitcher.
Johnstone and Cresswell on base after Cresswell's double. Looking to take this lead after Gavin Roy hit to swing and a miss again. Gavin Roy now down in the count. Another 93 mile per hour fastball. 2 strikes and 1 ball. Tyler Albanese is throwing straight heat to start off his. Just got to get it out of this inning, especially with no hits whatsoever. Gavin Roy's got to find a way to at least get it out outfield for at least a quick little RBI. Pitch comes in at 94, but it's going to be a ball. Ties the count up once again.
Good discipline there, Gavin Roy. I mean, you fall behind here 1-2. It can be easy to chase a pitch like that, but good 2-strike approach. Get a pitch to hit here.
Gavin Roy, good job staying calm. Albanese winds up the pitch. Gavin Roy sends it up and high. It's going to be in foul ball territory. Can they get to it? And it's over the fence, though. Heads up to the fans in the crowd.
Almost hit off the honey bucket out there, the little porta potty.
That would have been scary. Imagine you're doing your business and that hits. As we still have a 2-2 count, 1 out, 2 men on second and third base for the Cougs. Gavin Roy pounds his chest, looks to lock in against Tyler Albanese.
Tie ball game, 4-4. Let's get it done.
Here we go, right here and right now. Tyler sends one in. Woo! And it was a little close. A lot of the Spartans a little questionable in that call, they think, but it's a full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes with only 1 out as a huge pitch is about to happen in this game. Bottom of the 8th, tie ball game. Tyler Albanese looks to send it home and gets him to go. A strikeout, huge pitch right there on Gavin Roy. And that completely changes the aspect of this next at bat and pitch and swing. My goodness, Gavin Roy. Tyler Albanese able to strike Gavin Roy out with a man on 2nd and 3rd. Now 2 outs in this ball game. 4-4, bottom of the 8th. Number 24 comes up to the play.
Jack Wise.
Jack Wise.
Pinch hitting for Rico Longo.
Jack Wise with his first at bat going against Tyler Albanese. So pretty 2 new faces at this game. Let's see which how it goes.
I mean, you got 2 runners in scoring position, 2 outs, and hey, 2 out hitting is what wins baseball games in college. So if Jack Wise can get a 2-out hit here, that's what's going to be the difference between a win and a loss in this game.
Jack Wise could be a hero or zero depending on how his at bat finishes up. Pitch comes in, swing and foul tip back into the nets.
Like to see aggression there. First pitch, jumping on, just trying to send something into right field.
Let me tell you, Tyler Albanese is running straight heat. Almost all of his pitches have been over 90 miles per hour. And 1 strikeout to start his game. Pretty impressive stuff so far from the guy on the mound. Pitch comes in, a little close. Comes out to be another strike. 2-0 count, something you don't want to see, especially if you're a pinch hitter. Pounds his chest. Big pitch coming in potentially. 4-4 ball game. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Albany sends the pitch in. Gets him to go. And that's going to be our inning. The Cougs leave 2 men on base, and a potential Cougden moment could be in play right now. Is Logan Johnston on 3rd, and then Wiseman on or Will Cresswell on 2nd, and they just leave 2 men going. It's 2 outs. We'll be back for the top of this 9th in a 4-4 ball game. Cougs versus San Jose State will be back soon.
Tyler Albanese picks up a pair of strikeouts in the bottom of the 8th to strand 2 runners at 2nd and 3rd for the Cougs. There was a golden opportunity to drive in 2 runs and possibly take the lead in this tied 4-4 ball game. And it'll be Luke Myers still on the mound for the Cougs here in the top of the 9th with a very tall order. The top of the order, Alex Fernandez up to bat.
Some huge pitching by Tyler Albanese to keep it a tie game after they were backed up, honestly. But now Alex Fernandez, who has a hit early in the 1st inning, comes back up.
Here's the wind and the pitch from Myers. Breaking ball over the heart of the plate for strike 1 is a great tone-setting strike for Luke Myers.
I want to see if the Cougs keep pitching very fast, if they've done it the whole game.
Here's the 0-1 to Fernandez. Another breaking ball, but this one misses in the dirt for ball 1. Evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fernandez with an opportunity to get possibly a go-ahead run here if he gets on base. Here's the 1-1. Fastball outside, clips it for strike 2. And Luke Myers gets ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Can he start off the inning right and sit down Fernandez? The chair chance. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Luke Myers strikes out Fernandez on the drop 3rd strike, runs to 1st. Noah Thine guns him down. And there's one out here in the top of the ninth. Luke Myers trying to close out this inning.
Great start right there for Luke Myers and the Cougs to start the top of this ninth inning. As they're able to get one of the better hitters out on this on the San Jose State team. So great start right there. It was only 4 pitches and 1 out. Let's see if they can keep it up.
4 strikeouts right now for Luke Myers. He'll face Antonio Nanez. First pitch. Breaking ball misses inside. 4-1. Falls behind early. So it's 1 ball, no strike, 1 out. Tie ball game, 4-4. Myers working quick. Here's the wind and the pitch. Fouled off. Out of play for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. And Nanez trying to get something going here. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss, right up the middle, almost hit Luke Myers. It'll get into center field, and it's a 1-out single for Antonio Nanez.
He's had a great game so far outside of that 1 misstep error, which could have changed the game technically as he overslid the third base line. But that is going to be his 2nd hit of the game.
He had a double back in the 3rd and ended up scoring. Had a single in the 5th.
And then now this is 3rd hit.
Absolutely. It brings up Chamizo, who had a home run back in the 7th. He's got 1 out and a runner on first. And a tied ball game.
And it was on Luke Myers.
Lefty versus righty. Myers from the stretch. Here's the 0-0. Swung on. Fouled. A chopper down the first base side. Makes it an 0-1 count with 1 out and a runner on first base. Chamizo. Good matchup here. A lefty versus a righty. Can he get something done? Here's the 0-1. Misses low and inside for ball 2. Ball 1, pardon me, actually evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner on first. Tie ball game. 4-4. Luke Myers trying to prevent the Cougs from going to the bullpen. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and lined into right field. Foul. And Nanez will have to run back into first base.
That was very close to being very dangerous.
A hard hit ball down the line like that into the corner. Nanez, with the speed that he's got, the starting second baseman, could totally round second, round third, and score, getting the go-ahead run. But it'll remain tied 4-4. Here's the 1-2 to Chamizo. Inside, clips him on the elbow guard. He'll run down to first base, and now the Spartans have him parked on first and second with 1 out, and Luke Myers starting to sweat.
Looks to be just the pitch just last second got a little bit away from him. And it was very close as it did clip him, but there's a guy only with 1 out and 2 men on base for the Spartans, top of this 9th. Getting pretty dangerous if you're Luke Myers. And here comes the manager right now.
Yeah, Nathan Choate will make the slow walk out to the mound. Luke Myers hasn't walked anybody so far. That is his first hit by pitch. And it comes at a very consequential part of the game. Top of the 9th, tie ball game. You got runners on first and second now with only 1 out. Chances are Nathan Choate will not take Luke Myers out of this game. Doesn't seem that there's anybody moving around in the Cougar bullpen. They got a lot of faith in the young right-hander.
And he's done some pretty solid stuff outside of a couple of just missed pitches. You know, got to get his spot down. And we'll see what was said to Luke Myers after that meeting.
And Nathan Choate, he talked about it earlier before this series, the fact that Luke Myers started off as one of the starting 3 in the rotation for the Cougs, but then when they realized that they needed help in the back half of the bullpen, Luke Myers was eager to step up and become a reliever for the year and hopefully get Cougs out of baseball games like this. So bring up the 4-hole hitter, Jake McCoy. Here's the 0-0 to McCoy. Swing and foul tipped off the end of the bats through the legs of Noah Thine, dead ball. But he gets behind here 0-1 against Luke Thiel.
The left fielder was looking for a massive swing right there.
Absolutely. Jake McCoy, the right-hander. Getting ready for his 0-1. Can he cash in with runners on second? Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. Good take by McCoy. Evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Luke Myers comes set from the stretch. He'll lift. He'll fire. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball outside and in the dirt. Makes it a 1-2 count with 1 out and runners on second and first. Luke
Huge
Myers
pitch right there.
Luke Myers trying to close the door here. He's got 4 strikeouts so far. Can he get a 5th? Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. The 5th strikeout of the night for Luke Myers. And it makes it 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. Luke Myers trying to get out of this one.
Just a great great at mound series right there for Luke Myers. That's 2 outs. That changes this inning completely with 2 men on base. Just a great job by Luke Myers by staying calm, cool, and collected.
Center fielder Jariah Lewis is going to dig in. Lefty facing off against the righty Luke Myers. Can he score a run? Here's the 0-0. Swung on and drilled. Foul in right field. Makes it a 0-1 count with 2 outs. And Luke Myers trying to bear down here and close the door. He has 2 strikeouts so far this inning. Started off the inning with a strikeout, gave up a base hit and then a hit by pitch, then came right back to pick up the strikeout. Here's the 0-1 to Lewis. In the dirt, blocked by Noah Thine. Good job keeping it in front of him. Evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Still 2 outs, and still a tie ball game, 4-4.
Like you said, that was a great job by Noah Thine by keeping it because that could have been dangerous.
That runner moves into third base. The little bloop single could score him. Luke Myers comes set from the stretch. Here's the pitch. High and outside for ball 2. Luke Myers falls behind. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Lewis trying to cash in here. Can he get the go-ahead? Here's a 2-1 from Lewis. Swing and fouled. Down the first base side. Evens up the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Myers in a tough spot here. In a jam. Chair chants from the crowd. Something you see a lot here at Bailey and Brayton on 2 strikes. Here's a 2-2. Outside corner does not get the call. Fills up the count, 3-2. And everyone in the ballpark wanted that call, even though it was very obviously outside.
It's looking like these parents might ground the umpire at this rate.
3-2, 2 outs. The runners are going to be taken off. Here's the 3-2. Swung on and lifted. Into center field. Hartman's going to drift over. He's got a beat on it. He'll make the catch, and that'll do it for the top of the 9th. The score remains 4-4 as we head into the bottom of the 9th. And let's see if the Cougs can't walk it off in the 9th inning. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. I'm Smith Slye, joined in booth today with Connor Simmons. We'll see you in the bottom of the 9th. Please stay with us. So Luke Myers gets out of a jam in the top of the 9th. He struck out the first batter, gave up a single, then hit the next batter, and then was able to come back to pick up a strikeout and then a fly out to center field in order to keep the score at 4-4. It's going to bring up the 8-hole hitter, Noah Thine for the Cougs here in the bottom of the 9th. He's been hitless so far tonight. Let's see if he can't turn it around in a clutch moment of this ball game. Albanese still on the mound. From the stretch, here's the 0-0. Fastball high and outside, 92. Misses for ball 1, and Noah Thine gets himself in a good count here. Thine looking to turn things around. Here's the 1-0 from Albanese. Inside, gets it for strike 1. Evens it up. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, bottom of the ninth, this is where boys become men in this exact situation.
Still a pretty good crowd on hand here. No one wants to leave. Long hold. Here's the 1-1 from Albany's. High and outside, misses for ball 2. Home plate umpire refusing to give that outside half of the zone to Albany's. Makes the 2-1 count with no outs. Score remains 4-4 here in the bottom of the ninth. Albany's going from the stretch, even with no runners on. Here's the 2-1. Swung on and fouled. Out of play. Off the roof of the concession stand. Evens up the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Let's see if Noah Thine, who has 2 strikeouts, 1 swinging, 1 looking. See if he can't turn things around for himself here. Or see if he maybe picks up his 3rd strikeout of the night.
Would be a huge hit for him, especially at the bottom of this Cougs lineup.
Absolutely. Some bottom half run production. Albany's comes set, takes a breath. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball, inside half, caught him looking. It's the 3rd strikeout from Noah Thine. And Albany's starts off the bottom of the ninth right, getting a looking strikeout on Noah Thine and keeping this a 4-4 ball game.
It's not his best at bat. Could have been way better, in my opinion. Just got to swing at something, especially if you have nothing going for you all day. Let's try and get something going. But Noah Thine gets sent home, and Kyle Northrup comes up now.
He's 1 for 3 so far. The right-handed batter versus the right-handed Albany's. 9-hole hitter. Albany's lifts, delivers. Swung on and lifted into right field. Fernandez is going to drift to his left. He'll settle underneath it, take a few steps back, make the catch. It's an F9, and it's a quick 2 outs here for Albany's as the Cougs are still tied with the Spartans 4-4 in the bottom of the ninth. Max Hartman possibly with an opportunity to put the team on his back here.
Now Albany's just throwing straight heat, and something you don't want to see for the Cougars is a first pitch, first out, and especially bottom of the ninth tie game. But Max Hartman, one of the best players for the Cougs, has a chance to send them home right now.
See if he can't get a 2-out rally going here. Albany's checks in, gets a sign. Comes set, facing the best hitter on this Cougar team. Here's the 0-0. Swung on and lifted in the left field. McCoy has to come in. He'll make the call, make the catch. It's a first pitch out, and that'll do it for the bottom of the ninth. We're going to extras, ladies and gentlemen. 4-4. Cougars and Spartans still tied after that fly out by Max Hartman. Let's see if the Spartans can't get a go-ahead run in the top of the 10th. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR. We'll be right back.
Unlike basketball, right? Remember those 5 minutes until somebody scores. Football, basketball. I heard about it. We didn't watch it. I watched it. I watched it. I look back an hour later and it's still playing, and I'm like, bro, what the?
After a 6-pitch dominant inning by Tyler Albany's, has the game still tied up at 4-4 as the Cougs could get nothing to go at the bottom of the ninth. Coming back up to the plate is number 7 of San Jose, Rocco, who last time at bat was able to go all the way home after a good single and then getting some good base running. Luke Myers still pitching at the mound. His first pitch comes in, and it's going to be strike 1. Very close matchup in a very close division. A good hit right there by Rocco is able to get to third baseman Kyler Northrup, and at first, 2 pitches and 1 out. Good start to the top of the 10th for the Cougs.
If you're Luke Myers here, I mean, your main job is just to kind of prevent the team from having to go to their bullpen. So he's putting a little bit of a long relief stint here. He was a starter. He's known to go a little bit far in these ball games, and so far he's looking pretty solid right now.
He's looking very important to this team at this point. Our whole Fabian Jr., he had a huge double back in the 8th. He was able to get a tie game with his double. A matter of fact is he was able to send Rocco home. First pitch comes in, and that was a ball. Luke Myers' second pitch cleared all the way towards the equipment room as it's tied up 1-1 now after that foul ball by Fabian Jr. Tie game, 1 out. A good hit to the center of the field. Can Max Hartman get there? And he does! A good slide has Max Hartman keeping the Cougs alive with no one on base. 2 outs. Tie ball game, top of the 10th, 4-4.
And Max Hartman looking like Julio out there in center field. No fly zone. That's something you usually see Julio Rodriguez, that kind of play, coming in on the ball. I mean, that's a ball you could easily let drop, but Hartman, in a game this close, you can't let that ball drop.
JC, top of the 10th. Doesn't have a hit yet. Gets it one now. First pitch, first hit. He gets an easy, quick little single. As the Spartans now have a man on base, and they're looking dangerous. Top of the 10th. 4-4 ball game. JC on first base. And Jake Maroney, who doesn't have a hit, comes up to bat. 2 outs.
Kind of jinxed him in a positive way there.
I
I mentioned
did.
no hits in first pitch. He heard you. Decided he wanted to capitalize.
It's been happening all day with us, man. At least the scoreboard's still working.
Exactly. Now you say that. Now something's going to happen.
From Frisco, Texas, Jake Maroney, the catcher for this team. Looks to be easy ground out as the first baseman Ryan Shawnsby is able to get it to go, hit right to him. He's able to step on the first base. Tie ball game, 4-4. Cougs get out of it. Doing a good job by Luke Myers. We'll be back for the bottom of this 10th inning. This is KUGR Radio. After a quick inning at the top of the 10th by Luke Myers and the outfielders like Max Hartman and Johnstone, great job right there as they able to get 3 down and only 1 on base as the Spartans led a man on base with nothing home, though. 4-4 ball game, bottom of the 10th. Cougs have a chance to send this game home in extra innings and win this series.
I mean, you got the heart of your lineup coming up. Luke Theo, Ryan Shawnsby, Logan Johnstone, quality hitters. I mean, Johnston's got a home run. Let's see if he can't maybe walk this off.
This would be very cool to see. Tyler Albanese, who's been throwing straight heat, looking to do it once again and get out of this inning. First pitch comes in, kind of close to almost hitting clean, but ball 1.
Almost looked like it hit off his elbow guard. He's got it on his left arm there, that Evo shield.
Would be a huge miss for Albanese if you got a man on base after that. Second pitch of that bat winds up and comes in, sent up and out of the net, says that is way over the whole crowd. As it's tied up in the series, bottom of the 10th, 1-1. So 1 strike and 1 ball. Tyler Albanese has not let a lot get past him today, as he's had a great job on the mound so far. Looking to keep it going into the extra innings. 4-4 ball game, bottom of the 10th for the Cougs. Pitch comes in, almost would have hit him if he didn't swing there, but Luke does swing there and gets a pitch on it, and it's going to be a foul ball.
Good slider there for Albanese. I mean, not only does he have that 93, 94 mile an hour fastball, but he can also go to that slider, which to these right-handed batters looks like it's starting at their chin and just ends up over the heart of the plate. I mean, Theo just has to kind of fight it off a little bit.
2 strikes, 1 ball, no outs. Bottom of the 10th inning here at Bailey Brayton Field. Albanese sends one towards the mound. Nothing there. 2-2 count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Luke Thiel doing a great job of just letting this go on as long as possible. Get some more pitches on Albanese at the very minimum is something you want to do, and he's doing that. Let's see if he can get on base as well. Pitch comes in. Swing and a miss. Thiel a little mad at himself, but gets it to go as a strikeout right there for Albanese. A huge pitch. But next up is Ryan Shonsby, who's had a pretty good game so far. He's gone on base twice.
That's 4 strikeouts for Albanese. I mean, and a lot of those have come at top shelf fastballs, just straight heat past him. So, I mean, he kind of sets them up with those sliders and then just goes top rung, and these batters just can't keep up to it.
The first baseman trying to get something going. Maybe if he gets on base, he might try a steal. We don't know. Comes in, swings, and it's just foul. Could have been a good single right there, but the ump calls it foul. So 1 strike and nothing else for Ryan Shonsby to start his plate appearance here in the 10th.
A little first baseman to first baseman there, Shonsby to Chamizo, but would have been out of his reach.
Let's see if Albanese tries to get his signature fastball going in on Shonsby. At the mound. Gets one to go. No, a good changeup. 77 miles per hour. Strike 2. Shonsby just watches it go past him. Now behind in the count, Tyler Albanese has all control in the world. 1 out, 2 strikes. Ryan Shonsby looking for a big swing. Ball. Good job by Tyler Albanese keeping him on his feet. Ball number 1. 2 strikes, 1 ball. Tyler Albanese probably going to look to strike him out once again as Shonsby struck out in the 6th. Not trying to repeat of that class, though. Ryan Shonsby. A big hit or a big pitch coming up soon. Coming home. Gets him to go. Ryan Shonsby's struck out looking. Tyler Albanese doing a great job at the bottom of this 10th inning, not letting anything go for the Cougs. But probably the most dangerous Coug you have out here is he's hit the most home runs, and this is a situation where a home run wins the game. Logan Johnstone already hit one in this game. 2 outs. Logan Johnstone versus Tyler Albanese to keep this game going. Let's see who can get the best of each other.
I mean, he's batting 3 for 4 so far tonight, 750. I mean, if there's anybody you want to have in this situation, it would be Johnstone.
No doubt about it. Would it be a big hit or a big pitch? First pitch comes in. Strike. 77 miles per hour. Doing a good job on that changeup so far in this inning, especially. Johnstone getting ready. So is Albanese. Winds up the pitch. Looks to be just out, and it is going to be just out. 76 mile per hour ball. Good eye right there by Logan Johnstone, as that was pretty close to the zone. The chants are getting louder. More people are looking to probably stand on their feet, looking for something to clap about here on Parents Weekend on this Saturday night. Another pitch close to the zone, and that's ball 2.
Just 3 straight sliders there for Albanese. He's able to connect with 1, but those other 2 just couldn't quite get it.
But he's getting close to that zone, which could be very dangerous if this game does keep going. 2-1 count. 2 balls, 1 strike against Logan Johnstone. Pitch comes in, and it's low. 3 balls, 1 strike. Logan Johnstone doing a great job at this at-bat.
Hey, hitters count 3-1, 2 outs, bottom of the 10th, tie game. I mean, if there's anybody, again, we mentioned anybody you want in a hitter's count right now, I mean, you most likely probably going to get a fastball here. Johnstone usually ready for it. Might just tee off to right field.
Let's see how this goes, as this could be a massive pitch for both of these teams. He steps off, gives a chance for Logan Johnstone to check off.
Definitely, if you're Albanese right now, you got some nerves.
Oh, and they're giving him for a pitch count.
Pitch clock violation.
Pitch clock violation. So Johnstone is going to go on base, which maybe isn't the worst thing, though, if you're the Spartans. Listen, Will Cresswell can send one home deep here, but Logan Johnstone is dangerous for that home run to send it home. But Logan Johnstone gets the base after a violation, pitch clock violation, and probably the first mistake Tyler Albanese has made all day.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, Will Cresswell, 1 for 4, runner on first base, tie game. I mean, it is a righty versus a righty, so not the matchup the Cougs want, but Will Cresswell, see if he can't be clutch here.
And he is the DH, so he is here to hit. Let's see if he can do it here, bottom of the 10th, with 2 outs and Logan Johnstone on base. Pitch comes in, throwing some heat. There's the heat we all know. 1 strike, 92 miles per hour on Will Cresswell to start that bat. here at the mound. Tyler Albany standing tall, standing strong. Looks to send maybe another fastball down the lane. Winds up the pitch, and it's going to be out. Johnstone doesn't steal. His changeup again gets to another ball.
So off-speed missing in the dirt. I mean, he's very hit or miss with it. He's either right over the heart of the plate or he just misses completely with it. Just got to dial it in a bit.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bottom of the 10th. Any run can win it here for the Cougs. And a swing! And it's going to be up towards the center field lane. Can they get to it? Very close. And the right fielder does get it as Alex Fernandez does end the inning. As we're going to extra innings as we're heading to the 11th, top of the 11th. I'm Connor Simmons, joined in the booth by Smith Slye. We'll be there with you guys to help you commentate this game and hopefully finish this game sooner rather than later. And we'll see you guys after the break.
Luke Myers still on the mound for the Cougs, the righty, putting in a long shift of relief as many of the fans here at Bailey and Braden are beginning to head for the exits. We are in the 11th inning of play. I repeat, the top of the 11th in this 4-4 ball game. A Spartans team that lost 10-2 last night, somehow rallying in today's matchup. It's going to be the one-hole hitter, Alex Fernandez, coming up to start off the 11th. And here's the wind and the pitch from Myers. Squaring to bunt, pulls it back on the outside corner, misses for ball 1. And Fernandez gets ahead here early in the top of the 11th.
Very close game and a very close division. This game does mean something.
Here's the wind and the 1-0. Swung on and drilled into right field. Foul. It's going to hit off the batting cages just outside right field. And it looked like he got a real good barrel to that one, but just misses out of play. Evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Luke Myers, he's ready to pitch. Takes a breath. Working quick. Here's the 1-1. Fastball outside corner misses for ball 2. That pitch coming in at 88 miles per hour. You gotta admit that no one on the Cougs pitching staff has quite the heat that Albany's has. Not quite to 94, but upper 80s. Here's the 2-1. Swung on, line drive. Lucian out. Gavin Roy can't make the catch. It goes in the center field. Hartman will get it in, but it's a leadoff single for Fernandez. And the Spartans have a base runner early in the 11th with an opportunity to get the go-ahead run.
Just off, like, I guess you could say the mitt, as Gavin Roy was maybe a centimeter away from catching that ball, but good hit by Ryan Fernandez. Getting a hit early on in this inning, top of the 11th.
Brings up Antonio Nanez. He's 3 for 5. It's a right-hander versus a right-hander. With runner on first base. No outs. Runners crash. Pitch. Outside corner fastball, strike 1, taken all the way by Nanez. And let's see if Nanez can't capitalize with the runner on here with no outs. Tie ball game, 4-4, top of the 11th. Many of the fans were sticking around for the 10th, but once we went to the 11th, they started to head for the exits.
It's becoming dinner time.
Absolutely. Pickoff attempt. It's not in time.
All those dinner reservations on parent weekend, you go to see a game, but maybe not to see a win. We'll see how it turns out now. But it is a close game. If you're a fan that did stay, you're looking for a treat.
You paid for 9 innings, but now you're getting 11. Here's the 0-1. Long hold from Myers. Runner takes off. Fake steal. Throw back to first base, trying to backpick him. They won't get it. The pitch comes in for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner on first here in the 11th inning, which is 1-1. A lot of ones.
Yes.
Myers, the pitch. Runner takes off, swinging to miss, throw a second base. Did they get him? No. It's a stolen base for Alex Fernandez. Puts himself in scoring position with no outs. And it's a 1-2 count for Fernandez. Heads up base running for Alex Fernandez. He fake stealed on the pitch before, and then got a great jump on Luke Myers. They're timing him up perfectly. Puts himself in scoring position so that possibly Nanez may have a chance to drive him in. He's 3 for 5 so far tonight. There's a guy that the Spartans want in this situation. It would be Nanez.
2-1 count, 0 outs. You're in a perfect situation here for the Spartans.
Absolutely. Nanez digs himself in with a runner on second and no outs. Luke Myers from the stretch. Lifts, fires. In the dirt for ball 2, evens it up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Luke Myers trying to pick up another strikeout on the night. He's got 5 so far, trying to make it 6. Myers gets his sign. Trying to close the door on Nanez. Check over to second. Here's the 2-2. In the dirt again. It gets past Noah Thine. Fernandez will coast into third base on the pass ball. So now Nanez has a full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and a runner on third with no outs. Golden opportunity for the Spartans to get something done here.
2 massive steals right there by Fernandez, but you can't be having that, especially if you're the catcher for the Cougs, and Luke Myers got to keep it under control.
In a very, very tight jam here. This is things that pitchers dream about in their nightmares. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Luke Myers gets his 6th of the night. A swinging strikeout off of the second baseman, Nanez. But the Spartans still knocking on the door here with a runner on third, and it brings up the 3-hole hitter, Zach Chamizo.
Who already has a home run in this game, but that was a huge strikeout right there because anything even hit into the outfield is a go-ahead run right there and a good go-ahead RBI. But let's see how Luke Myers keeps calm and potentially can get out of this inning without nothing happening.
Luke Myers lifts, fires the 0-0, lifted, foul, right back behind the press box. Luke Myers gets ahead, 0-1, with 1 out here in the top of the 11th, a tie ball game, 4-4 here in extra innings. Luke Myers gets his sign, comes set, takes a breath. Here's the 0-1. High and outside, throw back to third base. Did they get him? No. The back pick is not in time, trying to catch Fernandez. Evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 runner on. Noah Thine trying to help out Luke Myers by getting that back pick. But here's the 1-1. Low and in the dirt, blocked by Noah Thine. Makes it a 2-1 count. Way to work there by Noah Thine. Stop that pass ball. That pass ball gets past him. That runner Fernandez will score, and it would have been the go-ahead run, but the score remains 4-4. Chamizo trying to knock it in. Here's the 2-1. Swung on, fouled over the net and over the press box. Makes it a 2-ball, 2-strike count with 1 out and a runner on third base. Score remains 4-4. Chamizo put the team on his back with that solo homer earlier in the game. Can he do it again? Here's a 2-2. Swung on, fouled, straight back into the net. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, and the score still 4-4. Luke Myers gets the sign, comes set. Can he get number 7 on the night? Here's his. Swung on, fouled, just out of play.
Keeping the bat alive is Zach, as he's doing a good job of it.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Chamizo takes a breath. And you want to talk about a stressful situation. This is a stressful situation in this tight of a ball game.
I'm sweating.
Luke Myers lifts, fires, swung on, grounded down the third base side. What a quality at-bat so far from Chamizo, refusing to die as he has an opportunity to get that go-ahead run.
Something you have to think about is Luke Myers is getting up there in pitch count. I understand that, but depending on how far this game goes, we'll see what the manager does.
Luke Myers comes set, breathes, lifts, fires, swung on, and a ground ball over to Schansby, who plays it in foul ground. It'll be another foul ball. And so far, Chamizo just fighting off everything he possibly can. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on first. Here in the top of the 11th, in a 4-4 ball game, a Mountain West Conference matchup that is coming down to the wire. Chamizo digs himself in yet again, getting ready for the 2-2. Luke Myers comes set from the stretch, lifts, delivers, low and in the dirt for ball 3, fills it up. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Chamizo trying to put the team on his back here. Luke Myers, can he get number 7? Here it is, swung on, a chopper, right back to Luke Myers, throw it up home plate, will they get the tag out? No, not in time! Fernandez is safe at home on a bang play. Chamizo will be safe at first base. It's the go-ahead run. And the Spartans take the lead 5-4. Like you said, Nathan Show came out of the dugout immediately, and they are most likely going to challenge this.
They're going to challenge it. It was very close, as I thought he was out, but just an overall great at-bat for Chamizo because he survived almost around 9-10 pitches, 5 of them being foul balls, took it to a full count. Great job. And technically, he's on base right now, so we got a single.
Routine, or sorry, not routine. I would say it was the right play there by Luke Myers. A high chopping ground ball back to him. You had the runner charge coming home trying to score. You get the throw to Noah Thine to lay down the tag. Bang play, really close. This might take him a while to review.
Oh, yeah,
If he is safe, it's the go-ahead run for the Spartans. If he is out, then it will be 2 outs with a runner on first base.
Which would be huge for the Cougars.
Absolutely huge, as they might be able to take it into the bottom of the 11th and possibly get the winning run. You're listening to KUGR. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR. We will be back after this video review. Please stay with us. So the umpires come back from the video review, and the runner is safe at home plate. Makes it 5-4 in favor of the Spartans. Chamizo will be safe at first. Fernandez safe at home. And that was the go-ahead run for the Spartans, as it'll bring up the 4-hole hitter, Jake McCoy, with an opportunity to maybe make it 6-4.
And that means the Cougs got to do something at the bottom of this inning. So 5-4 game.
Take a moment here. The home plate umpire needs to replace his mask. Runner on first, 1 out. Luke Myers trying to maybe get double play ball. Here's the pitch. Low and in the dirt for ball 1. Pardon me, there's actually a pinch batter for McCoy. It is Zach Tollerman, number 20, right-hander.
From Berkeley, California, coming in for his first at-bat. Maybe he has some pop.
Here's the 1-0 from Luke Myers. Here it is. Swung on, fouled straight back into the net for strike 1. Evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Tollerman with an opportunity to drive in Chamizo and extend the lead for the Spartans here late in the ball game. Top of the 11th. Crowd beginning to thin out. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball, lower outside half, does not get it. Makes it a 2-ball, 1 strike count with 1 out. Luke Myers getting into a little bit of trouble here. That pitch fouled off the foot of Tollerman. Makes it a 2-ball, 2 strike count, 1 out. Runner on first base for the Spartans. Spartans leading it 5-4 here. Luke Myers still in the game. A very, very long relief outing so far for Luke Myers. Doing his best to prevent the Cougs from dipping into the bullpen. Here's the 2-2. Fastball, lower outside half. The umpire won't give it to him. It is 3 balls, 2 strikes for Tollerman with an opportunity to drive in a run. Cougs trying to stop the bleeding here. Here's the 3-2. Runner takes off. Swung on, grounded. Over to Northrup, who makes the play. Throw to first base in time. Yes, sir. They get the out, but not before the runner advances into second base. It's a 5-3 putout to retire Tollerman, but Chamizo skips into second base.
Well, the man on second, and now with the lead, you wonder if San Jose State is just going straight for power at this point.
Possibly. It's going to bring up the 5-hole hitter, Jariah Lewis.
Ooh, and they're going to talk to Luke Myers now.
Nathan Choate's going to come out to the mound. We'll see if maybe they replace him.
I would keep him just to get this last out and maybe think about it if we get it to the 12th inning.
Members stirring in the Cougar bullpen. No one quite ready to come in relief yet for Luke Myers. But a runner on second with 2 outs and a 5-4 Spartan lead as the scoreboard is broken yet again.
Something's just bound to always happen. Well, let's just hope this game keeps up and the Cougs mirror what San Jose did, as we need to get this game back to tied up.
Absolutely. And so Luke Myers will stay on the mound. Nathan Choate will head back to the dugout. And Jariah Lewis will dig into the left-handed batter's box. The runner on second base. Myers takes a breath, checks the second base, lifts, fires, swung on, fouled, straight back into the net. Makes it an 0-1 count early on. Myers, maybe looking to get strikeout number 7. Put this inning in his back pocket. Scoreboard completely blacked out there. Here's the 0-1. Fastball high for ball 1 taken by Lewis. Yeah, so all of the runs have been erased off the board there, Coach, because we are not in the 11th, so they have to reset it.
Yes.
1-1 count. Here's the pitch. Swung on, ground ball over to Luke Thiel, who's going to throw at first base. Luke Myers is covering first, gets the out. That'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 4-1 putout, but not before the Spartans got the go-ahead run, making it 5-4. We'll move into the bottom of the 11th and see if the Cougs can't possibly tie it and maybe walk it off. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR. We'll be right back. Please stay with us. So the Spartans were able to score Alex Fernandez from third on a bang play at the plate, getting the go-ahead run, making it 5-4. We're moving into the bottom of the 11th with the Cougs trailing by a run and down to their last 3 outs to maybe tie it up and maybe walk it off. It's going to be Gavin Roy, starting shortstop, coming in to lead off the bottom of the 11th.
Against Tyler Albanese.
Tyler Albanese, who's been locked down so far, not allowing any runs for the Spartans. Albanese gets his sign, comes set, facing off against the kid from Sudbury. Here's the 0-0. Fastball, center cut, strike one. Gavin Roy watched it go past. Falls behind 0-1 against Albany. It's the flamethrower. Comes set, takes a breath, lifts, delivers. Swing and a miss on the curveball. Outside for strike two at 79 miles per hour. More of a slider, I should say. And Gavin Roy behind 0-2, pounds his chest. The Cougs need some two-strike hitting here. In a game that they are down by one in the bottom of the 11th. 5-4. Here's the 0-2 from Albany's. Breaking ball misses high for ball one. Good break for Gavin Roy.
Great eye on the ball and not swinging there.
Plate discipline has been on point so far for the Cougs. But let's see if a little two-strike hit doesn't spark this Cougar offense. 1 ball is 2 strikes. In the bottom of the 11th, Albany's delivers. Swung on and fouled straight back. It was a top shelf fastball at 92. Gavin Roy, with a 2-strike approach, is just able to get a piece of it. Needs to stay alive here for the Cougs. No outs. Bottom of the 11th. Cougs down by 1. Albany's looking to pick up another strikeout on the night. Number 6. Can he get it? 1-2. Here it is. Swung on and drilled up the middle. The center fielder Lewis slides, makes the catch, and it's an L8 to get Gavin Roy. What a play by the center fielder Lewis. A well-hit ball by Gavin Roy, but an even better play by Lewis.
Oh, no doubt about it. Gavin Roy surprised a little bit everybody in the crowd. He's got some pop on that, but just a little too much pop as the center fielder was able just to slide down and an easy catch for him at that point.
It's going to bring up
Jonah Scholl.
Jonah Scholl, who's going to be pinch hitting for Jack Wise, who is pinch hitting for Rico Longo. He's looking at 1 out, nobody on, down by a run. Albany's just trying to close out this game. Here's the 0-0. Swung on, fouled, straight back over the press box. And Scholl is behind on 1. First at bat of the game for Scholl. It can be hard sometimes coming in cold trying to get something going, especially when the pressure is on like this.
But it could also throw Albany's off. He doesn't know what he likes and doesn't like.
0-1 count for Scholl. Albany's. We'll see if he blows one past him here. Here's the 0-1. Fires. Fastball outside at 93. Misses for ball 1. Jonah Scholl. An even count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. The few fans here left. True Coug fans.
Baseball fans.
Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball low and inside for ball 2. Good take by Jonah Scholl not to go chasing after that one. Now, the few people who are still here, you can definitely tell they're Coug fans. A lot of people left in the top of the 10th. They're staying here for the bottom of the 11th. 2 balls, 1 strike. Albany's. Long hold from the stretch. Here it is. Swung on, fouled over the net and out of play. Evens up the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Nobody on. Cougs down by a run. Jonah Scholl, one of the last hopes for the Cougs to possibly get a rally going here. Two-two count. Albany's. Can he get number 6? Here's 2-2. High and outside for ball 3. Fills it up. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Jonah Scholl trying to battle here with 1 out.
3-2-1 situation.
Cougars need base runners. Can Scholl be the first base runner of the inning? The 3-2 from Albany's. Lifts, delivers. High and tight. Ball 4. Jonah Scholl draws a walk. And it'll give the Cougars a 1-out base runner and an opportunity to maybe tie this game.
Or win it with a home run.
Absolutely. It'll bring up pinch hitting for Noah Thine. Griffin Myers, one of the catchers on this Cougar squad.
Griffin Myers looking like a taller kid. Maybe has a little bit more power in his arsenal.
Hasn't gotten very many starts this year. But with an opportunity now, you might as well look at this as a tryout. See if you can't get something going and prove you might deserve a starting spot. But clutch hit here.
The redshirt junior.
Absolutely. Runner on first. 1 out. Albany's. The righty versus the lefty. Here's the 0-0. Swung on, fouled down the left field line off the roof of the concession stand. Going to the parking lot. And Myers falls behind 0-1. Albany so far has been locked down for the Spartans, not allowing a single run. Let's see if he can't keep that pace going. Long hold. Here's the 0-1. Swung on, fouled, straight back over the press box. 0-2. Griffin Myers needs to battle here. Cougs down to their last 2 outs.
Something you don't want to do is ground into a double play for Griffin Myers.
Tailor-made double play would be the end of the game. Griffin Myers has done that before in the game against Gonzaga. Here's the 0-2. Lifts, delivers. Swung on, a line drive, into right field, that's going to get down. Scholl's going to round second. He's going to try and get into third. The throw in from the outfield. They're going to put the stop sign on at third, and it is a 1-out double for Griffin Myers to set up second and third for the Cougs. Still down by 1, but they have some fight in them.
Well, Griffin Myers, no balls, 2 strikes with the guy out. Swung at every single pitch, and the third time's a charm as he gets a double off that. Good job by Griffin Myers. The man doesn't get to play a lot, but when he does, he steps up. Kyler Northrup has a chance to get RBI right here.
He's 1 for 4 so far tonight.
A double could win this game as well.
He's got 2 runners on. A ball to the gap would do it, as the Spartans head coach is going to make the walk out, call a pitcher's mound, call a mound visit, bring in the entire infield along with the catcher. See if they keep Albanese in here. So far, he's been electric for the Spartans. This is the first sign of trouble we've seen him get into.
Well, I believe Tyler Albanese came in at around what time? The 9th inning, I want to say?
Earlier than that, around the 7th,
Seventh?
8th inning.
Well, that was only his 3rd hit given up the whole game, I want to say. Because it was after, it was midway through the 8th inning. He came and struck out, had an error. He's only allowed 2-3 hits this whole entire game, which has been pretty impressive. And that was one of them.
You are correct. I had to look back at my notes.
Yeah.
You are. That was the very first hit that he gave up, and it was a double off of the pinch hitting Griffin Myers.
No, the first man that got on base was the walk right before that. So, because I don't think
Logan Johnstone did draw a walk.
Yes,
in the ninth.
that's who it was. So Logan Johnstone, and so he's only allowed 2 walks and 1 hit, and that's no surprise to us. He's staying out there.
I mean, he's showing why he has a 2.5 ERA coming into this game. But let's see if Kyler Northrup can't change that right here. With runners on second and third, 1 out,
the
golden
true
opportunity.
Freshman from Billings, Montana, Mr. Montana himself.
Albanese steps onto the rubber, gets his sign, comes set, trying to slow this game down. Here's the 0-0. Swung on, a line drive into right field. 1 run's going to score. It's going to tie it up. They're going to throw the stop sign on at third base. They're not going to send Scholl. Well, Griffin Myers, pardon me, but the Cougs tie this game up. In the bottom of the 11th, 5-5. The Cougs have some fight with Max Hartman coming to the plate with a runner on third base.
Well, man, all Max Hartman needs to do to win this game is just get it to the outfield, regardless if it's a fly out whatsoever. He can win this game right here, right now, for the second chance in this game to win it.
Kyler Northrup
from Canada.
Trying to solidify himself in the starting lineup. With only 1 out, Max Hartman, golden opportunity to put this game away. With the runner on third, a base knock would walk it off. Albanese trying to stop that from happening. Here's the 0-0. Breaking ball outside for ball 1, and Hartman gets ahead early. Albanese starting to show some cracks.
Pitch count is getting to Albanese.
Max Hartman, a lefty versus the right-handed Albanese. Gets a pitch to hit, could line it into the outfield. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, drilled into center field. It's going to back up Lewis. Is he going to be able to make the catch? Settles underneath it, makes the catch, 2 outs. His runner at third will tag. He'll come in to score, and that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. Max Hartman walks it up. They'll mob him over at first base. Here comes the Gatorade, folks. The Cougs have back-to-back conference wins. Max Hartman have a night.
What a day by these Cougs, able to come back, bottom of the 11th. Max Hartman sends the parents home with something to remember. Is what walk-off RBI is something we need to do. Just get into the outfield, and he did just that.
So the Cougs After going down 2-0, they tied it up 2-2. They went ahead 3-2. Then they got tied back up again 3-2. Went to 4-4, took it to extras, gave up a bang play at the plate, but yet somehow, the grit of this team comes through and they pick up back-to-back conference wins against San Jose. They've secured the series win. Well, can they secure the series sweep is the question.
And we'll figure that out tomorrow night. But 2 amazing wins to win the series, and now we officially have a winning record in the division games at 6-5.
And yes, in Mountain West Conference play, Cougs moved to 6-5 for their record. The fans who stayed here were treated to an absolute gem of a baseball game. The Cougs managing to come from behind to win it in the bottom of the 11th in extra innings. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Slye, joined in booth today with Connor Simmons. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. We thank you so much for putting in the extra time to listen to us into the bottom of the 11th. We'll see you next time. Good night.